you want to argue about.
I do. I want the $5 argument. No, you don't. Yes, I do.
And Chair, I'm going to ask you to read off the closed session titles.
I don't have the closed session agenda for some reason.
We need that.
May I borrow your closed session?
I don't have it either.
Hang on a second.
Announcing this over there, so.
You know, I have the minutes to Leavenworth. We're on live, right? Mike?
Do you want me to mute it?
No, it's all right. I'll wait.
I'm just double checking the stream's live on YouTube.
Leavenworth, Kansas is having problems with their wastewater treatment plant and the downturn in the economy. Interesting. Small tourist town.
We're good.
Chip, do you have the closed session?
I know what the 2 items are.
But do you have to go into it?
Hold on. We'll do them live.
Seconds.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mayor, we're ready.
All right, I'll call to order the closed session, Solvang City Council, April 13th, 5:30 p.m. Can I get a roll call?
Mayor Pro Tem Clark. Councilmember DeJarnius.
Here.
Councilmember Johnson.
Here.
Councilmember Waite
She's attending via phone.
via phone. And Mayor Toussaint.
Here. All 5 present. Robert, pledge.
Yes, please stand. Place your right hand over your heart. Repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, with that, we'll move on to closed session. Could I get the proper title readouts from the city attorney?
Mr. Mayor, we have 2 closed session items this evening. First is a closed session for existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 related to a PERB complaint by Teamsters Union Local 986. You've all received a copy of that actual complaint that was filed. The second is an emergency item that was added today. Today we received notice from the State Water Resources Control Board that we need to, within the next 2 days, take action related to a proposed hearing on Solvang application A022423.
Okay, with that, we will move into closed session.
through this source.
And I do have
That's
another.
production.
thing to read out.
Masco.
You probably already saw this. Let me know if you guys are ready. And we're gonna start with you closing out.
Yeah, we're all good. Karen's on. If you want, I can put her up on the screen.
Before we go on, did you guys want a full, did they want a full breakdown resume? It was more of a meet and greet, I didn't quite.
Yeah, no, we'll let you come up and introduce yourself and to the community, and they'll be seeing you on, or watching.
Yeah.
Okay.
You guys ready?
All right, let's call to order sorry, almost said special meeting, the regular meeting of Solvang City Council, April 13th, 2020, 6:30 PM. We'll take a quick roll call, and then I just want us to close out of closed session properly.
Mr. Mayor, you may want to go ahead and close out of closed session. You already
first?
had the
Okay.
roll call for that session.
Oh, that's right, okay, sorry.
So
So-
I would just report out that you had a closed session on two items, both existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9. For those at home, when the Brown Act says existing litigation can also include items before other governmental hearing bodies. And so these two items, one related to a complaint by the Teamsters Union to the Public Employee Relations Board. The other relates to a proposed hearing on Solvang's application before the State Water Resources Control Board, and there's nothing to report on either of those items.
Okay, so with that, we're formally closed out of closed session. We'll take a roll call for the regular meeting.
Roll call, Mayor Pro Tem Clark,
Here.
Councilmember DeJarnius,
Here.
Councilmember Johnson,
Here.
Councilmember Waite. Can you hear us?
Okay, there we go.
Mayor Toussaint,
Here. All present. Robert, you want to lead us in the pledge?
Yes, please stand and place your right hand over your heart. Repeat after me, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States
Flag
of
of
America,
the United States of
and to the
America,
republic
and
which
to
it
the
stands,
republic for
one
which it
nation,
stands,
under God,
one nation,
indivisible,
under God,
with liberty
indivisible,
and justice
with
for all.
liberty and justice for all.
Well, we know what our delay is.
Sounds like a 1.5 second delay.
It threw me off.
All right, with that, we'll move on to public communications, written or verbal. Due to the COVID-19 public health orders, the public is invited to participate in public comment remotely. Members of the public are welcome to participate by following instructions for alternative public participation published on the website in the agenda management area. Public may also call 888-788-099. There's a typo here. And enter meeting ID 306-652-9195. Public may also join via Zoom app. The link is posted in the same document. Public is also invited to send in communication to be read into the record ahead of time to council@cityofsolvang.com. We'll receive the written communication, add it into the packet. With that, I think what I'll do is start off with introduction here tonight of our new police chief. Police chief, right?
Yes.
Hello, Mayor, Councilman, thank you very much. Councilwoman, thank you very much. I come to you after 21 years of being with the Sheriff's Office. I've worked a number of assignments. A lot of it has been out of this area. I'm very happy to be returning to my home, my backyard. Lompoc, Buellton, Solvang, San Ynez is the central stations. And I've done, I think, 8 to 10 years of my time frame with that 21 years have been out of here. So I worked here as a deputy, I worked here as a senior deputy, I worked here as a sergeant, and now I'm returning as a lieutenant. So I'm actually very happy to be coming back. I've had numerous assignments within that. One of my collateral assignments is working on our county's incident management team, which is the shirt you see here today. And I was at the EOC earlier today, and that's part of my duties. And I'm splitting my time between the stations and the EOC. So I'm very happy with that. It's a very important role and something I can do for our community, and I'm glad to do it. So I've worked in our Human Resources Bureau. Just recently, I was in our Narcotics Bureau before I came here. Prior to Human Resources, I worked in our Records Bureau, where I handle kind of the records and involved with some of our litigation stuff, so I worked a lot with our county council. And prior to that was an extensive time frame in patrol. I also worked gangs, and I was a hostage negotiator for 13 years. So those are all some of the things I bring to the table. I'm looking forward to working here and being home again.
Great. And just so the public understands, Eddie Sway retired, and then you're his replacement for that position. Is that
Correct.
Okay.
Eddie did retire, and funny enough, this is the third time I'm coming in behind Eddie. When I made sergeant, I took his squad, and when I went down to the Records Bureau, I took his squad there when he made lieutenant, and now I'm coming into here behind him. So,
all right?
yes.
Good luck in these unprecedented times. Yeah. Does anyone else have any questions?
Very interesting to be doing it this way, yes.
Yeah. Perfect.
Thank you,
With
Chief.
that, we'll move on to the next public comment. We have one person that's written in.
This is all we have?
Yep.
Okay. Public comment. This is from the Solvang Retail Association. It says, Dear Mayor, Solvang City Council members, and Solvang City staff, we're very grateful for your extraordinary work for the Solvang business community and feel your hard work deserves much credit. Most of small business owner applicants have already received their emergency loan checks from the Solvang's emergency funds. However, EDD's unemployment insurance claims remain unresponsive. Those who claimed EDD unemployment by March 20th must wait until April 15th to receive their first checks. For some reason, EDD is still asking already answered same questions, now by postal mail, such as why can't you work, etc., as though they are unaware of what's happening all around us. Meanwhile, the federal SBA and related state and county level agencies seem to have totally collapsed and still at the info giving and info collection level with no response and no real action but a total fiasco. The Solvang tenant eviction ban ordinance is also working out better than the governor's order and is outperforming other city ordinances. The Solvang eviction ban has some significant differences, especially for our city, from the governor's blanket order. Solvang is protecting both residential and commercial business tenants, while the state order only applies to residences. Solvang provides for a specific payback period of 6 months for deferred rent, while the state order does not address that issue. And Solvang provides 20 days for a tenant to advise the landlord they are unable to pay, while the state only provides for 7 days' notice. Solvang recognizes that some are seeking loans and other financial assistance, therefore might be able to pay if given additional time. Additionally, the community is grateful for the continued residential and commercial water and sewer service, along with relief given to unpaid bills. And the postponement of the TOT tax payments for hotels until the end of May was much needed given their great financial distress due to the lack of tourism. Your quick actions were much needed life support for Solvang's small business community and Solvang tenants and homeowners residents in time of great need. Additionally, the suspension of the aggressive Golden Elements business license was also greatly appreciated by our retailers community as well. They were aggressive and unfair to the existing local business community. We hope landlords will be more careful when it comes to choosing tenants. Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you, Solvang City Manager and City Attorney. Thank you, City Accountant and the rest of the city staff. Thanks for all you're doing such a great job, the Solvang Retailers Association.
Okay, that was the only written request for public communications. Do we have any callers? We have 0 callers. No one in the room to speak. And we'll move on to executive reports. Zena.
I have a brief city manager report today. This was actually, if we could have slides up. I'll just give it a second to have the slides up. Oh, okay.
Well,
Should we check if
then let's take the public comment if.
Yes, I see a caller.
1 second, I gotta unmute him. There's one. Admit the other one. Okay, so I don't know who they are, but they should be able to hear you.
Okay. So we'll start with caller 1.
Unmuted. Maybe they just listening.
I don't know. Am I caller 1? This is Chuck the Few.
Okay. Do you have a public comment, or are you just listening?
Oh, no, I'm just ready for the next part of your agenda.
Okay, so you're just listening. So let's ask caller 2 to verify.
Amanda
Amanda Floyd.
All right, Amanda Floyd, is there any comment?
Yeah, I work with NTC too.
You're just listening. Okay.
Yes, I'm just listening.
So the record can reflect that we have 2 callers on the line, and they are just listening with no public comment at this point in time. All right, we'll move on to executive reports. Zena.
So once again, I was going to introduce our police chief, if he was going to be remote, and just say that yes, he is now appointed. The way it works with the sheriff's contract is that because Eddie Steer retired, we have Lieutenant Jeff Green as our new police chief, who is appointed by the sheriff's department. So that's how it works, and we have actually had already an opportunity to work quite a bit on all the issues COVID remotely as he jumped into working with us with the city. COVID-19 information resources, just once again reminding everybody that these are the online resources where you can go and view information about current status of the cases. County of Santa Barbara posts all the cases, all information about the county developments of COVID-19. Just to remind everybody once again that the city dedicated website for COVID updates is the www.solvangresources.com. That webpage was created specifically to respond to COVID-19. It's updated more frequently and with more resources than the city official site. So I would encourage everybody, businesses and residences, to be constantly looking at that website for information regarding COVID-19. And finally, of course, we have our City of Solvang official site that also has updates with COVID-19, and that one is probably most useful for people to see how they can reach the city resources and city staff.
And I just, on your presentation, under County of Santa Barbara, actually has cityofsolving.com listed.
I
We
forgot. Yep.
Just provide the correct address.
I will, yes. How about I'll post it on the website.
Okay.
And it is already actually posted on the website on solvangresources.com.
Okay.
So that's a
So
really
either
good
way,
one
if you're
to
at
go.
solvingresources.com, you can get to the county.
Yes.
site.
So once again, the official city site is probably the best resource for those who want to actually reach city staff while we're working remotely. We do have some staff working about 50% in the buildings and some working remotely, and we are servicing everything remotely through our email system and also our phone system that are constantly manned. But if you are looking for a specific issue, such as, for example, building or planning that are currently closed, you can go on the website and find those email addresses to specifically reach the staff that could help you with those. County health order through May 4th. There was a recent update that clarified or put certain restrictions on businesses. This is something that I thought was relevant to our local businesses here in Solvang, that all food facilities, restaurants, bars, nightclubs, and coffee shops may only remain open to offer food for pickup, delivery, or drive-through. All food must be in containers. Food must be consumed off-site. No provision for on-site dining is allowed, and all workers must wear facial coverings covering nose and mouth supplied by the employer and maintained in a clean, sanitary manner. 6-foot spacing must be maintained between customers. Workers may not work while ill. So this was just a clarification to our businesses as to what those orders from the governor and the previous orders from the county meant, and that is something that was distributed to our local businesses and also as part of the messaging from our mayor. Advanced calendar. At this point, we are working definitely under kind of a reactive mode as things develop with COVID-19. So the main focus for advanced calendar right now that we know of is going to be all on economic recovery efforts, and majority of the items that we'll be hearing about today in our regular agenda, and as well as the financial plan development. So we are dealing with definitely unprecedented times, lots of changes in terms of what we are looking at in terms of our financial outlook for the next financial plan development, but we still have to develop a plan, adopt a budget, and so we will be looking at the impacts of the COVID-19 and developing a financial plan with the knowledge that we have today going forward. One more reminder, once again, to please don't flush. Keep wipes out of pipes. All the flushable wipes are actually not flushable, even though they say so. So we just remind everybody to please not do that and only flush human waste and toilet paper. And that concludes my city manager report.
Just out of curiosity, have we noticed the campaign about not flushing the wrong materials down the pipes? Has it made a change at the?
I would actually ask our public works director to come up and comment on that.
It is. Good evening, Mayor Toussaint and council members, Matt Vanderlyn, and your public works director and city engineer. Yes, it is helping.
Okay.
So I've already noticed some improvement.
All right. Mainly, I just want to know if we need to keep pushing that campaign out more, or.
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you. Door to door. Yeah. All right. With that, does that conclude executive reports?
Yes.
Okay. We'll move on to the consent agenda. Does anyone have any items from the consent agenda they wish to pull?
No.
I'll make the motion to accept the consent agenda as is.
I'll second that.
It's been seconded.
Mayor Pro Tem Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember DeJarnius,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Waite,
Yes.
Mayor Toussaint.
Yes. Passes 5-0. Move on to item number 4, Emergency Loan Assistance Program for Solving Businesses. Could we get a staff report?
So item number 4, Business Recovery Efforts Loan Program. On March 20th, this council established a microloan emergency program that was in response to immediately assist our businesses in Solvang. It was set up directly, serviced through the city on emergency basis. The original allocation of dollars for this program was $250,000 with a maximum loan amount of $5,000 per business. All of those applications eligible to date have been processed, and 50 loans have already been processed, which exhausted the entire budget of the original loan program that this council set forth. We have 3 more applications that could be reviewed. It doesn't necessarily mean that they are qualified, but there could be more applications coming in as well. So far we have 3. We have exhausted all those funds, so at this point we don't have any more council authorized funding to go through this program. What we have been doing in order to continue the efforts to help and think through how we can help our business community, we have contacted National Development Council, who are the 2 callers on the line right now and ready to present, which is a comprehensive community and economic development nonprofit in the U.S. organization. They're a certified lender authorized to service federal and state assistance programs, and they can speak more about that. They're experienced in working with cities and setting up programs to help grow businesses, even in just general times and not in disaster times like this. But they have developed programs or working on programs that are available through the federal and state assistance under the COVID-19 assistance. And they're really an organization that can help the community to customize their program to our needs for the city of Solvang and help us work through, what kind of programs might work best for us, what we should be looking at in terms of our underwriting criteria, what kind of risk we want to take, and what kind of dollars we really need to put into a potential additional loan program going forward. So from preliminary conversations with them, they have just quickly picked up that the 2 top programs that might be useful for the city of Solvang would be to establish a paycheck protection program, which is currently created under the COVID-19 response, and that's a business stabilization type of program that qualifies if a business spends 75% of their requested loan on payroll, then that loan would be forgiven, I believe, in 6 months. And those monies could be then once again become available for further lending. And this program would really be, there's no leveraging opportunity of dollars here, but those dollars are guaranteed by the federal program. And that is something that could be available pretty quickly. NDC states that they are equipped to service this program and to quickly help our businesses get into this program. we are hearing from businesses that try to work on this type of lending with local banks that there is just lack of potentially understanding of how these programs work, and they so far haven't been successful in establishing a relationship to get into this kind of program just through the bank. So we are hoping that NDC can talk to us more about how they can be helpful in this area. And then as we get past the economic cessation and we are looking at not just stabilizing the businesses on their immediate cash flow needs, but talking more about recovery and how do these businesses once again become profitable businesses and be able to pay any of these loans back. We would be potentially looking at a larger program where our seed money from the city could be leveraged from original conversations with NDC. They stated to maybe a 3-to-1 type of ratio, to where we would actually have, more stringent underwriting criteria and potential collateral, and those loans would actually be reviewed based on the financial health of the applicant company. So some of the questions that the council and the city would have to answer as we go through this process would be to think about what would be our target market, what kind of businesses we are looking to help, what would be our risk factors and our underwriting criteria, and how much money should the city really commit, or could, and needs to commit into this kind of programs. So the recommendation today is to receive presentation from NDC, and then following the presentation to authorize the city manager to engage with NDC and to continue to develop a program that is tailored specifically for the city of Solvang and our needs for our businesses and community. And with that, I'm hoping that Diana and Chuck, you're still on the line. You should be able to share your slides if you.
I'm going to share my screen. Hold on a second.
Okay, so Diana is going to share her screen.
And I think Andrea is on the line as well.
Scott's on the line also, if you need.
Can you guys see it? Can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
I can. Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right. So Chuck, do you want to?
Yeah, so I'll start off with a little bit of who we are, and then Diana will kind of walk through kind of the different thoughts we have. The National Development Council is a 501c3. We're a nonprofit based in New York. We're just celebrating our 50th year. We were founded in 1969. Predominantly, we work with government clients around the country, involving some type of financial assistance or financial program. We advise them on housing and economic development finance, helping them with their programs and being efficient with their programs. To complement that, we do a lot of financial training, because most of our clients, like me, when I was not at NDC, I was a planner. So a lot of our clients come out of a non-finance background, so we teach a lot of our clients around housing and economic development finance. And then in a lot of cases, we actually go out and we mobilize capital to respond to community needs. We're active in low-income housing tax credits and new markets credits. We've built a lot of buildings for government, bringing them some cost savings, again, the training. And then we're a very unique nonprofit that we actually have an SBA 7A license. So we're considered a non-bank lender in the SBA realm. That's not common with a lot of CDFIs. There's only a handful of those licenses around the country, and we have one. So we actually can do SBA lending. We do those in client communities. With the SBA guarantee, we can leverage private capital, pledging that guarantee, and then our public sector clients then deliver the dollars that are at risk, the 25 cents or the 20 cents. That's typically at risk in an SBA loan, and that's the main model. In other client communities that Diana's going to go through, we're managing their loan funds. So in cities that are managing EDA revolving funds or other kinds of revolving funds, oftentimes NDC acts as the due diligence for them. So we'll review applications, we'll underwrite them, we'll package them on behalf of our public clients. It really just depends on what's the right way of kind of delivering the service within the community.
So yeah, so what I'm going to go through as, we're going to talk about revolving loan funds and what's available, but one of the things that we want to point out is help is on the way, but sometimes you're going to have to act locally in order to help the small businesses in your community. Want to let you guys make sure you guys know about the programs. We did hear you guys talking about the PPP program. There is programs available from the feds already. The Economic Injury Disaster Loan Program, that's otherwise referred to as EIDL in the industry. That is directly from the SBA. Then there's the Paycheck Protection Program, which is the PPP, which we'll talk about a little bit more. And then there's a new one coming down the line, but it hasn't come out yet, the Federal Reserve Main Street Lending Program. The idea for you guys is to make sure that you are connecting with your small businesses, make sure you talk with both the for-profit and nonprofit, make sure they know these programs are available for them. Make sure you also know what your local banks are doing. Talk with the local banks and saying, what are you providing the PPP program? Are you talking with the small businesses? What are they doing for them? And if they're not, why? What needs to happen? And sometimes then you need to design an RLF, or revolving loan fund, in order to bridge the gap between what the feds are providing and what the local needs are. So just to kind of give you a little outline of what the federal programs are, who can apply, small businesses and nonprofits for both programs, both PPP and the EIDL. The PPP maximum loan amount is up to $10 million. The EIDL is $2 million. The covered period currently under PPP is only through June 30th. We do believe that'll be extended, but right now that's June 30th. The EIDL program is through the end of the year. The interest rate is different on each. The PPP, it's 1% fixed versus the EIDL is 3.75 for for-profits and 2.75 for nonprofits, both fixed. The term for the PPP is a 2-year loan. The EIDL loan is 30 years. And there's very little collateral involved on the PPP versus the EIDL has collateral looked at. PPP, the big thing is PPP is for the payroll. It's 75% of each of the loans in this program must be used for payroll purposes in order to be forgiven, because this program is a forgivable loan. The EIDL is an actual loan that needs to be repaid, and it can be repaid up to 30 years depending on the structure. It can be used for any kind of working capital, including things outside of payroll. So one thing to keep in mind is the small businesses are applying for both because things are ineligible under PPP, so that they qualify under the EIDL program. And expenses can't be duplicated. So if you're using federal funds for one, you can't use the same, for one thing like payroll, you can't use other programs for the same thing. So there can be a gap sometimes. Both of the programs are up and running. There has been some struggles with both programs, but they are up and running and moving. And as I stated, 75% of the PPP loan must be used for payroll related. The other 25% can be used for rent and utilities, but it can't be more than 25% of the amount of money that's being taken. So some issues to consider, you guys have talked about the small loans that you guys are doing. Other communities have also done grants. The idea is to use grants to solve specific problems. Business losses impacting employees are not being covered by the CARES Act. They're very much focused on payroll and keeping people employed and off unemployment. It's also struggling to assist the immigrant workforce that doesn't have a tax ID number or a social security number. So that workforce is also struggling with funding. The problem is grant funds are exhausted within days. You can see from this that majority of the grant funds are already out the door. And RLFs that have been formed and also are out the door. You guys have also spent your funding quickly that you allocated initially, so you know what I'm talking about. So in addition to all of these emergency funds that we're establishing and getting out the door, you're likely going to need to get a second round of financial assistance once the businesses have adjusted to the economic circumstances. So what does the second round of financial help look like? You might, look at establishing an RLF, but remember that you have limited funds, so you have to set your priorities. Priorities such as businesses that were operating prior to COVID-19. So you're not helping businesses that are trying to start up outside of this. You're trying to help the existing businesses that were there before COVID-19. You're going to look at maybe key economic sectors or geographic areas, or focus on essential services areas, or businesses that pay above city and county average wages, or employ full-time workers instead of just part-time. And you really want to probably look at businesses that can demonstrate solvency prior to COVID-19. So they were a good, solid business before COVID-19, and COVID-19 is what caused them to have issues. So sources of funds to do this are local government and federal funds, general or special funds that are set aside specific for these purposes. We're using a lot of repurposed EDA funds, Economic Development Administration, or CDBG funded RLFs. To fund these programs. And then there's possibly new government resources that weren't there before that people are raising, so that could be something as well as nonprofit, philanthropic funding, maybe chambers of commerce or community foundations that are interested in helping the community. And then in addition to all of those funds, there are new funds that were allocated through the CARES Act for both EDA. There's about $1.5 billion in new EDA funds that are going to be coming out in a NOFO soon. And so that's something that could come out within the next week or two. And then CDBG also had an additional allocation through CDBG ER. So there's additional funding going out to communities than what they originally had. So how can we help? Well, we can help you establish loan programs, policies and procedures, and an application process. We can help you with underwriting, loan packaging, doing loan committee reports for approval and denial. We can help develop a small business resiliency plan for small businesses through cash flow analysis, looking at their small business financials and tell them where they maybe have struggled and how maybe they could fix things, so do some technical assistance. Work with resource partners in the area, so the local Small Business Development Center, SBDC, or SCORE counselors, as well as we can provide trainings and webinars for staff and small businesses. We had one last Thursday on just this kind of item. It's something we can expand on and do specifically for your community. And then the idea is also to leverage use of public resources for lending. So that's what we can bring to the table, and we are happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions of NDC?
Well, are we taking it to the public first?
Well, first it's council questions, and then I'll go to the public.
Okay. Hi, I'm Karen Waite. So I've got a question. With your whole process, does it begin with the city obtaining the money from your organization and then we disperse, or do we send our businesses to your organization?
So, you want to take that, Chuck?
Well, it depends on what programmatic approach you want to take. So, for instance, if we end up utilizing our PPP window, then obviously we would be working locally to get applications done. But it's going to be coming through our portal. Those are loans that we would originate. We would service them. We would work with the SBA on. If it's other RLF resources, then there's a choice. In some cases, the city manages those loan funds. In some cases, we can as well. It really just depends on what the city wants to do and what we're able to fulfill on our side.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions?
I guess I have a quick question. My understanding is that you have the capacity to put together multiple programs. So are you suggesting that you'll do a PPP program specifically with our money for Solvang? And then the second follow-up question would be, would you be able to do a longer term type of program to help the community with the recovery?
Yeah, I think the short answer is yes. That frankly, from my vantage point, I don't know. I mean, our NDC bias is always to try and use somebody else's money before your money. You have a lot of competition for the use of your dollars. So right now, businesses need grants to carry through. They're not generating revenue. I would be trying to exhaust that PPP portal as much as I can. With all of the lenders there, if NDC can get that established, I think that is a yes. The advantage of that portal is those dollars revolve. The SBA is guaranteeing those dollars. The borrowers, after a period of time, they go through a process to prove they use the funds in a correct way for payroll costs, and then again, that loan is forgiven to them, but those dollars are repaid and we can revolve them again in the local community. And depending on the timing of that could be 3 to 6 months from now. And we haven't figured out yet with SBA how that forgiveness process will work. But conceivably, those dollars could be reused when companies really are able to take on debt. So then it could be used to leverage, in a sense, our other financial product where we're leveraging your dollars with other money. But those are real debt products that are being used at a time when companies are more likely to be able to use debt rather than needing grants.
But this first program would be designed around the PPP policy guidelines, right?
Yeah, I think to me, it'd be like you'd want to maximize that window. And depending on what you're seeing with your business needs with the first $250,000, if you're seeing needs for other things that the PPP program won't pay for, then you're going to want to have a conversation around, do you need to meet those needs right now? But yeah, what we've been advising cities is, I don't know why you don't want to get SBA money kind of helping with this initial stabilization period when they have much more money than you do. It's going to be forgiven for businesses. Right now, it's just a program capacity issue. It's just getting people organized around the portal.
And you can move faster than the banks that are working out there now. For example, I understand that B of A had their own problems with the bottlenecks. They couldn't seem to get money to their own clients with respect to the PPE program. So if we were to set something up through you, would you be able to move faster than the traditional banking channels? I'll say conventional banking channels.
I think that's I would say in general, I think yes. I mean, it's hard to imagine if you have 22,000 applicants, that's going to clog any system. But I think the advantage we have is we've already tested our portal because we are an existing SBA lender, and we've run a couple of our loans already through just to make sure that we know what it takes. We do a lot of lending with SBA, so we know how their systems work. A lot of the banks that are now doing and originating PPP loans have not been active 7A lenders. In a lot of cases, they've used their own loan documents, which may or may not sync with the SBA. So I would say in general, I think we can act faster. Again, depending on a certain volume, who knows whether we would exceed capacities, and it would be slow as well.
And you could
slower than what we think, but I have to believe we'll be faster than a bank, because a lot of the other banks are holding applications before they even put it into the portal. They're just holding them for their own purposes and stuff. It's not really clear why certain banks aren't just pushing through those applications as soon as they can.
And can you leverage our dollars?
We think right now, I'll have better information tomorrow. But we think at a minimum we can kind of do a buy one get one, that we can at least leverage, kind of match your monies. The key for us is obviously bringing dollars at a cost of capital, that we're not in a negative cost of funds approach, and then we're still playing around with the idea of if we can create a more substantial financial resource, then client communities buying down the cost of funds rather than providing original capital. So we may be able to get to a higher level of capitalization, but we're still kind of running that through the ranks and stuff to figure out. So at a minimum, kind of what I've been cleared to say is we can match money. So at least whatever you're doing, we could conceivably double that.
And how soon could you put this in play?
I would say as soon as we're able to finalize things. I think the challenge is going to be, whatever that amount is probably isn't going to be, well, I don't know how much it's going to be, but we're going to want to be clear on priorities. So one of the key things with the PPP portal is are we looking at maximizing what companies are eligible for, 2.5 times their monthly payroll, or are we going to create a limitation on how much a business is able to do? We could process just, some maximum amount. I think those are all going to be priorities of yours, because you're going to be yelled at, depending on what those priorities are more than we are. We can process them probably pretty quickly, but we'd have to be clear exactly who we're serving, at what level, what prioritization, so that we're as efficient as we can in how that activity works.
And what about a longer-term program to help with the recovery? It could be 6 months, it could be 2 years, but it would have to be something more substantial, I'm sure. And maybe even...
I think that's where Diane, with the experience that Diana has in our other client communities, where, again, we're bridging these other fund programs to provide longer-term capital. Again, we'll know more about what that looks like, kind of 4 to 6 months from now, as businesses start to recover. So I think we would start to look at, creating that program at that time, when we know what that universe is and what other program dollars are available for that time. So clearly we could stay with you for that. I mean, we've had some clients, Long Beach has been a client for, I think forever. And we've had
30 years, yeah.
And we've been with client communities for as long as 30 years, 35 years.
Yeah, I would say, Long Beach is actually a very good example, because we actually do multiple programs there. We have a microloan program there where we do normally it does anywhere from $25,000 to about to $100,000 loans in that community, and they're focused on micro businesses with 5 employees or less, and you can be a startup or a very young business, a sole proprietor, very, very small businesses. And then we also have our Grow America Fund there, which is our small business lending arm that NDC has. And Grow America Fund can leverage the funds, like Chuck was mentioning. It is an SBA 7A lender, and it can take that $100,000 to even up to $5 million loans. Typically, we're not going up that high, but it allows us to do the larger loans that small businesses need for that, for growth. So if they're wanting to come back in and they need to, working capital for that buying of the inventory to get back open and stuff, that's something that either program can look at depending on the size of the business. And obviously the focus would be pre-COVID, what they looked like, and just noting that COVID was a impact in the loan report. But definitely those are 2 programs that we have in existence in multiple communities, and it is something that we can help implement for you guys. The microloan program is a city program that they have EDA funding. So they have specific Economic Development Administration program funding for, and that money is set aside and managed straight by the city and the other program. But we do the underwriting for them, do the outreach for them, marketing, everything. And then we also have the Grow America Fund, which NDC completely runs internally, just in partnership with the city. The city also does the outreach and lets people know that these loan programs are available for them. So those are the 2 programs that we currently run in Long Beach. It's just a really good example to see.
I've got 2 more questions. One, I noticed that you have $2 billion in public-private partnerships currently. Is that something that would work for us as we work through our recovery?
Well, generally those public, at least on our category, the public-private, it's a different set of 3 Ps than the payroll protection program. Usually that's where we're building buildings on behalf of government. So generally we can bring a cost of funds that's equivalent to your cost of funds, but bring a private development process that might save you in capital costs. So we provide those savings, and it's a lease-back kind of a transaction. So it's really around government facilities, depending on how those fit into a recovery strategy. But it's not capital for business development purposes.
And how many, how many communities or municipalities like ours are you currently working with in terms of size?
I'd say we have about 150 clients nationally. And it looks like I lost my connection. Let me see if it comes back.
We can still hear you.
Okay, we have about 125 to 150 clients nationally. We probably have about 35 that are communities the size of Solvang. I mean, we don't have a lot of them. Usually the size of the community kind of dictates their economic development needs.
Right.
In California, Diana's working in LA, Long Beach. We're active in Salinas, Monterey County, and Santa Cruz. And Morgan Hill, we've got a small loan fund that we're operating in Morgan Hill as well.
That works for me.
And can I ask a question? You're doing this nationwide?
Yes, we are.
Yeah, we have.
Yeah, okay.
I'm sorry, Diana.
Oh, no, we were saying the same thing. Yeah, we are doing all of this stuff that we've presented to you as a nationwide effort.
And do you have any anecdotal information about other cities? I don't know, I'm making my own list of other cities that are about the same size as us that are going through the same thing we are, like Corning, New York, Dublin, Georgia, Pendleton, Oregon, places like this that are kind of in the same boat as us, that are heavily dependent upon TOT. Are you working with any other cities that are quite similar to Solvang? Hello.
Diane, Chuck, are you there?
I can hear Jack.
We're not
We
hearing him.
we can't hear.
Oh, he's muted. No, he's not.
That was meant for me.
Now you're back.
Okay, start over. Did you hear my question?
Yeah, I did. And I was going to say, I think the closest example is Santa Cruz. I mean, the city is also heavily dependent upon the hospitality tourism industry as their economic base.
Mm-hmm.
We do have a Grow Santa Cruz Fund program that works for a lot of their business priorities, and we're talking with them now about some of their hotel motel tax monies and leveraging dollars to try and help their hospitality industry, which needs a lot of help kind of carrying through. So that's probably the best local example.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any questions?
I just have a quick question. As far as the PPP and the EIDL programs, what percentage would you say of individuals and businesses going to the actual SBA website and trying to go through the process are actually getting approved? I've just heard there's been a large backlog, and I know that either one of these is based on credit, and that you can get through the application process and still be rejected. I was just wondering if you guys have any statistics on that.
We actually found a statistics page that we could forward to you guys that today. It is a low percentage that seems to be getting through. It is a large backlog. We know one thing to keep in mind is SBA has seen huge cuts recently, and once this happened, SBA got a huge amount of money, but they don't have the staff. So they are reviewing things and they are getting things going, but the EIDL program goes straight through SBA, so there is a struggle there. And then the PPP, it depends on the bank and the lender on how quickly things are moving forward. Both programs have not stated that they do have a credit limit, but where you have to have a certain credit score, but that doesn't mean that internal regulations don't say that they want a specific credit score. They're not doing extra stuff at the bank level. So it's a hard question to answer why they're turning the people down and what the level needs to happen. It just really does depend on the lender, on the PPP program. And then on the SBA front, I do know that there is a huge backlog. And there's been problems of them changing the application at multiple points over the last month because they've been trying to simplify it, but it means that some people are getting lost in the shuffle. The biggest recommendation we have is if people haven't heard from the SBA yet, that to maybe do another application. It won't hurt their status if in the pipeline if they do a secondary one, is what we understand. It's just what may make sure that they are included in that list. Maybe they got missed somewhere, and I will say that that's my understanding of what's going on the SBA front. I know, and from the PPP, it just, I think, is a lender by lender. Chuck, did I say that correct, or did I miss anything?
No, it is, because the IDLE program has one portal through SBA. It's the normal portal that SBA establishes for disaster relief. So they're used to the volume. I think the challenge they had on this one is there's a lower appropriation threshold for IDLE loans than there are for the others, and it was available earlier. And a lot of businesses went in that portal because they really wanted the $10,000 grant that they would get if they were rejected for a loan.
Right.
And then a week later is when the PPP program happened. So what we're hearing now is that SBA has actually reduced the loan that people are eligible for, because now they're trying to protect their appropriation and giving people less money. So there's going to be a lot more sadness as it relates to the EIDL portal. The program that we're not sure with that's not getting any attention is similar to the PPP program. There is another loan program established in the CARES Act, which is really, it's debt, but SBA is paying the interest costs on that loan for 6 prior months as well as 6 months going forward. It's not getting a lot of attention because it is debt. And so it's kind of better debt, I guess, than the IDLE program, but it doesn't come with a grant. And so I think at some point we'd be looking at that program as we leverage other resources for businesses coming out of the stabilization period, ready for growth capital, and they're prepared to take on debt. We'll probably see a lot more interest in that program.
So I guess what I'm going with NDC would help our small businesses to get money faster, is my understanding from what you just said.
That's the hope.
Yes, I think that's right. They'll probably get a little bit more of a direct answer. We understand the pressures on small business, so we don't like kind of stringing them along for us to a certain point. So we're pretty direct with borrowers in that way, whereas a lot of banks kind of really aren't allowed to be direct in that way.
Right. Okay, thank you.
And one last question. I keep hearing a lot of rumors, just kind of like what Daniel mentioned. One was, the people being denied for unemployment, the constantly changing application process, and the programs, and people being denied for these actual programs, causing a lot of uneasiness. But the other thing I'm hearing is that through these programs, the banks, such as Bank of America, those right out the gates, are getting a 5% commission on the total loan value, is what I'm hearing. Is that true?
It's insane.
So the rules state that the SBA will pay, they have to do the loan in order to get the commission or the fee. The fee is on the loan completed. It is a 5% fee or commission, if you want to call it that, from SBA to the lender. It is not from the borrower. If any borrower tells you that the bank said that they have to pay a 5% fee, they found out wrong. That is incorrect.
No, I'm only hearing.
Thing.
I'm only hearing the latter part, which is just the banks are getting a 5% fee on these.
So yeah, and it's only 5% for $350,000 and less, for the size of the loan, and then if you had a $1 million loan, it goes down to 3%, and if it over that, it's 1%. Is what I think. Is that right? I think it's either $2 million or $1 million. It goes down to 1%.
Got it.
So it depends on the size of the loan.
Got it.
Yeah, the compensation, really, to be candid, that compensation is the same with us. So there's a 1% interest rate that SBA is paying. So we're looking for capital that's less than 1%. We're prepared to give up that 1%. There is a sliding scale fee, between 1% and 5%, depending on the size of the loan. Some banks use packagers to put loan packages together for them, but the borrower doesn't pay any of that.
So whereas kind of going with that, I figured that you guys would be getting that same fee. But what that kind of means for some of the banks, to me, would be that they would prioritize getting out the bigger, most qualified loans right away, which would maybe be the reason why the volume of smaller guys are not seeing anything coming to them right now.
That's absolutely correct.
Well, I think that in general, the banking world, the bigger the better. But I think the bigger backlog is they do have some legal constraints as a bank that the SBA didn't kind of fully take into account as it was putting together this program, which is supposed to be very low documentation. And I think the banks are really focused first on is there a maximum they'll do. I think the big banks, the Bank of America, the Wells Fargo, I think they think we're kind of back in the TARP days where if they take too much money, then they'll be criticized. So they've each kind of created their own internal threshold of how much PPP lending they'll do. And they're really focused on their borrowing customers first. So I think for a lot of people, it's been a surprise that they could have a corporate account with the bank, but they don't have a loan with the bank, and that puts them in a different queue as the banks first prioritize their borrowers. But there's no doubt whenever you deal with the banking world, the bigger the loan, the better, the happier they are.
That's where I was going with my questioning. So I guess where that leads me to is I'm just asking if we had formed a relationship with you, would you be able to help take care of, a lot of Solvang is much smaller type businesses, the million. Yeah, like $25,000 loans or so. A lot of them are not, going to be your huge guys asking for $1 million plus, or quite frankly, most of the TRC down there. There's not very many that are going to have a $350,000 business loan. I mean, there are out there, but it's gets few and few.
Yeah.
Well, what I would say, in general, our priority is a priority we share with our client communities. So whereas a bank would never really want to do a $25,000 loan, I think in some communities that we work in, we would do that, and because that's important to the client community, and that's just kind of how we're motivated. At some point, there's program efficiencies, and if you're doing too much work with small loans, then it may be, for instance, the compensation is treated differently. At this point in the PPP program, we think the fee is sufficient for us, so we just need capital to lend, and again, we'll give up the interest rate to source that capital. If we end up having to do a bunch of really small loans, it takes more time, then that's a conversation to have, but we don't shy away from it because the key is what's the priority of the community first.
Okay. So that's what I was getting to, is just the potential for us to develop a relationship with you that allows us to create basically like a separate little pool here that gets our small businesses the support they need that they're not getting perhaps from the current sources they're going through.
Yeah, that's right. And what we find in a lot of communities is, like when we get to the GAF side, GAF is a 7A loan like any 7A lender can do. But by us putting some deal terms out there and pushing the banking world a bit in terms of what they could be doing, then it tends to motivate them a little bit to do more than they would have done otherwise, because they don't like the idea of a nonprofit coming in and kind of taking some of their turf. So it also creates a little bit of an incentive.
Great.
Perfect. And then my last couple of things is I noticed, like during your presentation, you mentioned, that they have to be good, solid businesses prior to COVID-19. Is there anything that defines a good, solid business prior to COVID-19, and how that's going to apply to actually getting any funding or not?
Yes, there definitely is a definition for that. I would say, it basically, we're going to look at the business. We're going to say, was this business profitable before? Was this business growing before COVID? Was this business, did it have positive net worth? Where they had who's financing this company? The lenders around the world, or is it the owner of the company? So the general look of the business itself is was it a good, solid business, or was it, I use an example of, was this business actually just having net losses left and right, negative net worth? They were just borrowing from like PayPal and Cabbage and all these high interest companies out there that are providing loans. And only because that's the only place they could get them, but that's because they were having losses year after year and negative net worth, and it was just compounding, and then COVID hit and it just made things worse. So
Or better.
Saving a business like that's not going to be a business that's sustainable, to me, in our world. We're going to be looking for businesses that were doing well before and that are looking for that okay, let's get back to that and then start to grow again.
I think your examples on page 68, I think spell it out. 68 and 69 in your presentation did a great job of showing just that.
Yeah, I think the key there is, this is
go
this
there,
is really
Ryan.
how you
That's good.
prioritize. If we have limited amounts of capital, how would you want that capital used? And that means with limited capital, there's some hard decisions potentially to be made. And there are going to be companies that aren't going to come back from this. That's just a reality. I know up here in Seattle, there's a lot of companies that are not coming back from this, even if we could cover 2 months worth of operating expenses for lots of reasons. And so I think that's just to kind of remind folks that we want to be thoughtful about how we deploy, especially when we get to loan capital, because you want that money to get repaid so it can be reused again. And you may not be helping a business by giving them a little bit of money, but they're still not going to let them be sustainable long term.
I have one. You mentioned Seattle. You're not working with Leavenworth, are you?
No, I wish we were, but my work colleague up here grew up in Wenatchee, and she's been desperate to try and do something over there, but we're not yet.
Okay.
We're probably the closest we have a revolving fund. We operate in the Skagit County area, which is where all the tulips are grown.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks.
So that's probably the one area that's similar to Solvang. It's somewhat Dutch oriented.
And my last question is, I believe, because just kind of getting to this, the requirements and things like the prioritization is the key word. And am I hearing that by developing a relationship with you, we can work on developing those standards that we can more or less prioritize what that means for our community?
Yeah.
Yeah. At the end of the day, you're going to take the political heat in your community and how those dollars are organized. We're an implementer. It's not necessarily our decision on what those priorities are. So absolutely.
Okay.
Okay.
Are there any other
Thanks.
questions?
Nope.
With that, we'll go to public comment. I have nothing that's coming electronically. Do we have any additional callers on the line?
Does not look like it, no.
We have 0 public comment.
I'm getting a note that we're not on air on channel 23. I don't know if it's our problem or
Oh, great. Okay.
we're on YouTube.
I haven't-
So we
I
are
haven't
on
gotten any
YouTube.
text messages from
No
anyone
mute
about.
buttons or,
I just got one email.
okay.
I'll look into it and see.
Okay. So we can continue.
But that's not a requirement, right? We're
No,
still
it's
on
not a
YouTube.
requirement.
Okay.
We are on
We
YouTube.
do have, it is all recorded on YouTube. I'm already
Mhm.
watching the broadcast, making sure it's live, so.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we'll take it back to the council for discussion and action. Who would like to start?
I think we should direct staff to look into this and discuss the possibilities with this organization. I think it would be, if they're going to say that they're going to get our small businesses money quicker than going through the conventional resources, I think we should look into it.
I think that's the key, is
anything-
we're hearing from all these other sources that these other queues are not performing. It's causing a lot of uneasiness, and then also, employees that might have been laid off that are not, their unemployment's getting denied for whatever reason. It's causing hostility with their employers because they think that their employer has millions of dollars in their account now and they're just not taking care of their employees, kind of thing. So
We're dealing with a lot of mom and pop shops here too.
Mhm.
We've got our bigger businesses, but most of the majority of people are getting hurt right now are mom and pop shops.
Yeah. And I don't think that the major banks are really equipped to handle.
And anything that we can do that doesn't cost us a lot of money, that can speed up this recovery, I think is a smart thing to do.
Now, in this, if we pursue a relationship here and give direction to staff to move forward with NDC, right?
Yes.
Is there any initial seed money that we need to set aside at this point in time? Is that something you want to bring back to the council after you vet this further?
I would say check unless you think that there's any additional direction we need from council now. Obviously, if there's anything that has to do with dollar allocation, I will be back to council once I have an opportunity to work more with NDC.
Okay.
But check if you have any additional comments, please feel free.
And just for a note for the video person, I'm hearing that it's channel 23 is audio only, no video. So if you can look at that.
I'd like to direct staff to look into looking at multiple programs, consecutive programs or sequential programs, because I think the first line program, which is really a type of PPP, needs to be done right away, as soon as possible. And unfortunately, it has significant limitations on it that aren't going to help our community to go through the recovery process, essentially an economic cold start of the economic engine. That's going to require something different, and it's going to take time to decide what that looks like and who the target market is and what the criteria and things like that and the size of the loan programs. So I'd like to see staff work as quickly as possible in developing that program as well. And any other programs they can bring to bear. I think you mentioned another one that had not gotten a lot of attention, although it was definitely available, but more people were focused on the grants associated with the PPP.
And I agree with all that. My concern too is the pressure is going to intensify as we get towards the end of the month again. And I don't know what the probability of us working with NDC, for example, to come up with any form of program to expedite that funding. But I guess that's a question for NDC.
My understanding is they can move pretty fast, but I want to make this point. Maybe you guys have read it as well. It's out in the public domain. Everybody in the financial markets in New York and other places, even the Federal Reserve is predicting a massive GDP decline for the second quarter. Something we have never seen before. This is truly epic and historic, and we have no idea how that's going to course through our local community. So I'd like to see something put in play as fast as possible and as big as possible for as long as possible. We may not have to use any of it. Maybe we just use a third to a half, but at least it's there just in case. So again, I'm just encouraging my fellow council members to think big in this time of need.
I agree.
Yeah.
Oh, I've got a comment.
Karen?
So, and this is for NDC here. So, do you have any familiarity with or working with our Solvang Chamber of Commerce? Because they have individuals involved with them. One of the women who is very involved with this and facilitating loans, her name is Tracy Beard, and you know she currently working with the Long Beach EDC, and she and I have talked a little bit about this, and I just wanted to know if you're familiar with work with Solvang Chamber, because they came to us right off the bat, and they were very helpful when we had the mudslides in Santa Barbara and the fires. So I would think that would be a very good collaborative effort to get involved with our chamber individuals who have a lot of experience in this.
Yeah, and I would say we don't have any experience working with the Solvang Chamber. We do have a lot of experience working with local partners, though. So working with local economic development organizations or local chambers as a way of identifying borrowers. We're going to be doing a webinar actually this week where we're doing our how to apply for the PPP program, to walk people through step-by-step what information they're going to need so they can be prepared for that portal. I mean, we fully intend to use that training with local partners so they can help us in identifying those businesses and help them to package information. So we would look forward to partnering with those people locally, but we don't have that experience right now. Unfortunately, your area, California, is where we haven't had a lot of experience. Diana's visited there a lot, though. Really loves the community. She's never worked there.
Well, I can add.
But we do have a.
I'd like to add something to that.
I was just going to say we have a colleague in Santa Barbara as well, and so she used to work for Weave, and so she is familiar also with that area and the chambers in the area. So there is some communication.
She does know Tracy because she works in the Ventura Santa Barbara area with EDC Collaborative. So I just want to make sure that we utilize our local resources that know our businesses really well, and that would be an excellent resource to use, direct you all, or direct businesses that are sustainable and are definitely only really affected by the current situation with the COVID-19.
I'd like to make a distinction here with respect to what Karen Wade is saying. I called the EDC office down in Camarillo, the one that Tracy Beard works with, and I tried to work with them, but unfortunately, they admitted that they couldn't handle the kind of workload that we were proposing. So they referred us to the National Development Council directly, and from there they were referred to Xenia, and that's why we're talking directly to National Development Council. They just have more bandwidth, they know what they're doing, and they can move at scale and faster.
Thank
All
you
right.
for your input, Chris.
So let's direct staff to, I would say we direct staff to partner with this organization and come up with something that we can do as soon as possible.
Okay. And there's no initial funding that we need to come up with, or?
I would
If there
just
is.
probably authorize, just like I have in my recommendation, just authorize the city manager to engage with NDC to develop a program tailored to Solvang needs and bring back to council. And if there is a need to schedule a quick special session for any funding needs for any of these programs, then we can do that.
So-
I'm ready to move that. Last question is, how quickly, is there any way we can get something off the ground before the end of this month?
Chuck and Diane, if we can start talking tomorrow.
That's the plan.
I'll take that as a yes.
I would say
Laugh.
that at least we know that we're already 4 weeks behind in these kinds of efforts with businesses, so we're motivated to try and respond as quickly as we can.
All right, great.
So I'll move as mentioned by the city manager, staff recommendation.
I'll second.
No, it's okay.
Been seconded by Daniel Johnson.
Roll call, Mayor Pro Tem Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember DeJarnius,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Waite,
Yes.
Mayor Toussaint.
Yes. Passes 5-0. Move on to item number 5, Information Technology Infrastructure Report. Can we get a staff report?
Right, so this is an item that's really an update for the council on information technology efforts. Just want to update council on the fact that in the fall of 2019, the city began evaluation of information technology infrastructure. We recognized that information technology for the city was not developed as quickly as the modern times, and was basically kind of the contract that the city had for information technology support was really focused on end user support. So, you know, facilitating computers, anything that needs to be done in the workplace versus, you know, kind of more of a strategic management and oversight. So in the fall of 2019, we engaged Landspeed, who is now on the line. Chris from Landspeed is, and he will talk to us as well and provide us with updates. But what they did at first was perform an assessment, which was running their tools through all of our systems to figure out what type of systems we had, and they did immediately conclude that there were a few items that needed immediate attention, and that's what they've been working on since we engaged them in late October. They've been working on physically rewiring cabling system between our buildings. There were some switches that were failing, so they're replacing those. They installed an enterprise class firewall, which protects us from cybersecurity. Also have been updating our antivirus software and working on moving the backups to the cloud. We actually found out that we had 4 servers, with 2 being kind of still pretty heavily used and 2 being hardly used. But they've been working with us to get all of those servers at least to 1. And then I think the goal is to really go as cloud-based as possible going forward.
So to be clear, if they did go down, if they had been hacked, we could simply boot them up again from the previous day's data files and data records?
Also, since Landspeed started, right now we have 2 servers still until we migrate to Office 365, and that's actually one of the projects that I'm going to be talking about here, or Landspeed will. We have 2 servers. One is being backed up here on premises and being backed up to the cloud. The other one is still only being backed up to another on-site location, which is something that we need to work on and get all of those backups to the cloud. That way, if anything happens to the building, you know, fire or anything like that, there needs to be a backup that's somewhere else that's not on this location. And really, it's for a small city like this, there's really no need for us to have multiple servers, and we really should be using the cloud technology that's been around for a long time now.
And at the same time, this would enable and support smart city development, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would.
In other words, we could essentially download anything to any device as long as it was an authorized device, and that is what smart cities is all about. And we could be able to monitor everything from streetlights and vehicles to water meters. That is the beginning, the first step. So I appreciate what you're doing.
Right. So that is one of the things that we definitely have been noticing, that just the way our IT infrastructure is today, it needs to be updated, it needs to be much more modern, it needs to be backed up on the cloud, and then
More
we can
robust.
actually do all the things that we should be able to do remote. Actually, coronavirus brought up a lot of these issues as well, just even looking at our technology here with multiple computers that really should be only one device. So we're working on that project as well, to where we can hold these meetings remotely and stream everything from Zoom and hear directly easily with one device and not 10 computers. Looks like we got less computers this time, but so one of the things we've done this month with LandSpeed was actually transition all services to LandSpeed only. So LandSpeed is now the contractor for the city that does all of our IT monitoring. So they have software to where they can detect if anything is going wrong, then they jump in and take care of that problem. They do maintenance. They also now do support, including end user support, and they support us with strategy. So the annual cost right now of LandSpeed is $59,000 a year on annual basis for these packaged ongoing services. Any additional projects are extra, but this compares to a contract of $52,000 that we have now terminated. That was just for the end user support, essentially, here on site. So once again, coronavirus has, just thrown us into the world of let's go work remote. So we have equipped staff with laptops. We're working on automating processes. Unfortunately, some of our processes were still on paper. So especially in our building and planning department, we have files where a lot of things are just on paper. So we are experiencing a little bit of slowdown right now, and hopefully we'll work out those issues by next week, given our reorganization, now really needing to work remotely only. And then, of course, here I've already mentioned we will be working on coming up with recommendations on updating the council chambers and our old outdated equipment for video streaming as well. So a few information technology projects that are not managed by LandSpeed, but just for you to be aware before I turn it over to Chris, that we are working on the council chamber equipment update. We are working based on your recent approval and funded by grant money on the permitting software implementation that will automate all the processes for planning, building, public works, and business licenses. We have the water system program update, SCADA, that's also in the works. We have Nixle notification system, which is a system that can be used for both the city during emergencies or any other notification to the residents and businesses, as well by our marketing partner, IDK, just to push out any notification to our city. And then we also have Next Request that's ready to be launched, which is a public information archive and management software. So those are in the works. We have a few additional items that need to be addressed, given some of our security issues in older building, and as I've mentioned, some of the information being actually here on site. We want to go ahead and immediately install surveillance cameras. I have a quote in my inbox, and when I say surveillance cameras, at this time I'm talking about common areas, especially outside areas, for the buildings, so there shouldn't be any specific issues with just moving forward with that. We also have been talking for a while about the upgrade of the city website, which will likely be now in the next fiscal year, because but that's something that definitely needs to be done. One of the examples would be that we actually, our city, with the help of IDK, launched a whole new website for the solvangresources.com for the COVID-19, just because our website is so user unfriendly and would be really very time consuming and difficult, and would be still very hard to find things on that website had we tried to use that as our main mechanism for communication. So we want to go with something that can be much more user friendly in the future and upgrade our city website once we get past the COVID situation. And then something that we've also been talking about is just the need of simple softwares for project management and tracking system of everything that's going on in the city. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to Chris from Landspeed, if he's on the line, just to give us an update.
I am. Thank you, Zena, and good evening, Council. Zena, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, wonderful. So as Zena mentioned, my company, Landspeed, came in the fall of 2019. We performed an initial IT assessment. The results of that assessment showed that there were really 3 priority areas that needed to be addressed fairly quickly. The first was around data and network security. The second was upgrade aging network infrastructure, including some cabling problems that we found. And then the third area that we realized needed to be focused on was migration towards cloud-based applications. So those were the 3 priority areas. Since that period of time, as Zena mentioned, we have been undertaking several projects to address those areas. The first thing that we immediately did was we installed a business class firewall at the perimeter of the network to provide network security. That was an area of concern, and so we addressed that right away. That firewall also provides the remote users with a secure VPN connection from their homes to the network at City Hall. So the timing of that firewall being added last fall has come in very useful right now with the need to work remotely and to work securely. So that is in place currently. We also installed the leading endpoint protection software. So think of like antivirus, anti-malware, that type of software. We've installed that on the devices of, all city devices, so laptops, desktops, things like that. And that increases the overall security as well. We also, as Zena mentioned, we installed a backup appliance that backups data both locally, and it also sends the backups to the cloud. So every single evening, those backups are being sent to 2 different locations, one on the West Coast, one on the East Coast. And so that in a worst case scenario where, let's say, City Hall catches fire and burns up, your data and access to that data would be quickly available in the cloud. So that's an important solution that was installed last fall as well. We have upgraded the core network switches. That was needed to improve the reliability, the performance, and the security of the local traffic on the network. So that has been accomplished as well. We found that there were some definite weaknesses in regards to some aging cabling that had been installed many, many years ago. So much of that has been replaced as well. And then lastly, as Zena mentioned, currently we are in process of moving the email, the calendaring, and even files to the cloud. We're using Microsoft Office 365 for that, and that project is just underway right now. And so we're hoping to get that project accomplished soon so that we can have everybody's email in the cloud everybody's files in the cloud, and then, as Zena mentioned, we can retire some of the aging servers that are on the network. So that's a, that's an update as to where we're at as of right now.
Can we ask questions? So, Chris, one of the things that I think people forget is that security is a serious issue. Last year, I think it was last year, more than 120 cities were hit by some hacker demanding ransom. And I feared that we would be next, given the antiquated IT systems that we had. Are you confident that we are now fully protected from that kind of an incident?
Yes, I am confident. If anybody told you that with 100% certainty that you would never be breached, that would not be a true statement, because the bad actors out there are finding new ways to attack networks all the time. But the city now, I feel, has done its due diligence. They've taken the appropriate steps that are needed to provide a multi-tiered, a multi-layered approach to securing your data. So yes, I do feel confident that the city is in a much, much better place than it was 6 months ago.
And I guess what I'm hearing is even if they did hack through, you'd be able to get us up and running the next day using the alternate site.
Correct. That's the beauty of having multiple backups, both local and in the cloud, so that even in a scenario where they were able to compromise your data, we would have a backup copy that we could restore.
Perfect. So thank you, Chris. This was more of an informational item for you, so you can just file and receive, essentially. I wanted to bring this up for your information, for, all of our viewers' information, and also to let you know that, with our budgets are controlled at department level, and our purchasing policy is different. So on budget, because of all these additional needs to upgrade cable and whatnot, I've been within my purchasing authority approving work for those items. So we're about 50,000 more than we had originally budgeted for IT services, but these were needed upgrades. So there's no action needed from council right now, but just letting you know where we are.
Do we at least need to accept a budget adjustment within the motion, or?
Before you do that, I wanted to address, apparently there's some additional investments that you're recommending, the installation of surveillance cameras and the upgrade of the website and implementation.
So, Chris, if you don't mind, if it's not a question, I'm going to take this to public comment. Bring it back.
That was my question.
Okay, so what's your question?
So apparently you're suggesting you'd like to see that done. Do you have a cost in mind, a cost figure in mind for that?
I do not yet know.
But
So
you're confident you can get that into the budget?
I have had, a previous quote. I don't know what my current quote is. A previous quote for more cameras was about $30,000. I would say it probably would be within 15 for sure. Obviously, the upgrade to the city website is something for next financial plan. I don't think we need to deal with that right now. And then the project management tracking system is going to be pretty cheap. It's more about payment per user. So I think, generally speaking, if you were concerned with the budget and wanted to make it whole right now and make it a budget adjustment action, I think that $50,000 through the end of this year would carry us through.
All right. So with that, I'll take it to public comment. We have no one that's written in on this item. Do we have any callers?
No phone calls.
No callers. We'll take this back to the council for discussion action. I'll start by saying I, for one, agree with Chris. I think the security cameras is we've had some incidents around here, and I think they're going to become more frequent unless we start implementing some other solutions. So I'm in favor of moving staff recommendation and allowing some budget adjustment to get some cameras put up.
I'll second that.
It's been seconded.
Okay,
Well,
so
I'd also like to see you guys move as quickly as you can on the upgrading the website. This has got to, the fact that we have to use an outside vendor to do something as simple as they did, it's like.
Well, I think that actually has been moving forward actively, right? Haven't we been pursuing somebody for the new website? Or
We
that need to go out to
have
RFP?
not.
Or,
No,
we
we-
were writing the RFP, and then,
We
and then all this
were-
COVID
right,
stuff came up.
Right, right.
Okay.
So
My-
we don't have an
can I-
RFP.
My
out
only
yet.
opinion is, and I understand why we need it, but anything that we could do pre-COVID-19 and survive, to me, is a priority, as opposed to looking at any dollar we spend is just, it's painful right now, because everybody's hurting. There's so much we need to do. If we could do it before and get by, then to me, it's not a priority.
Right.
But I know this is a priority, so I'm very, very mixed on this, because every penny that goes out of this place is one less penny we have in reserves. And we have no idea how long this is going to go for. We have no idea when we'll run out of money.
Right.
So just everything we do has got to be gone over with a fine-tooth comb. And if it relates to the current crisis that we're in, and it helps us in this current crisis, then I'm all for it. If it's just something that's part of a upgrade, then I'm not for it.
So I think the security cameras is something that's
I get it,
absolutely,
and because things
you
have
know,
happened. I
now
totally understand that.
The website, it's just unfortunate, but we did find workarounds for it. So one of the notes I had written down tonight was that, for example, solvingresources.com, the reason why it's not on the cityofsolving.com website is because it's virtually unusable.
I get it. So, and if it makes it easier for
but-
the current situation, what our residents are going through, then
Right.
I'm all for it.
So I think an easy solution is the banner at the top of the cityofsolving.com website right now. When you click on it, it's just take you straight to solvingresources.com. But right now
Why
it's
else
like
would you be
it
on the
takes you.
website?
It takes you. Yeah. Why else would you be?
Not
But right
looking
now,
for
like takes you
Ableskeevers.
to another link that goes to another. It just shows basically how unworkable our current website is, and that will have to be addressed. We even had to. I think Xena had to source a special vendor that can even just do slight maintenance on the website.
I agree.
During,
So if what we're
this
spending
time.
benefits the residents and what they're struggling with right now, then I support it.
But I just think we should just focus on the cameras right now. That's my opinion. I think we should change that banner so it just goes straight to Solving Resources, and then and just not be spending any additional money right now. Karen, did you have a comment?
I have just one question before the motion goes through here. Land speed, Chris, is this something that you would work on, something such as key card entry and remote entry into doors and windows?
No, my company doesn't do audio, video, or physical security. We made a recommendation to the city and introduced the city to a company based out of Santa Barbara that does that type of thing. And they've come up and taken a look, and they're the company that's putting together a proposal right now for the video surveillance.
Good.
Perfect, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so I'd like to move forward with the original motion, which was staff recommendation with the budget adjustment of $50,000 to accommodate for security cameras and to adjust the cityofsolving.com website so that when you click on it, it just takes you straight to solvingresources.com.
Before you do that, I want to send kudos out to IDK for being able to do that so quickly, because we couldn't do it ourselves internally. This is why we hired IDK, and it's kind of a shame. That's not really what they do, but they did it very well and very quickly, so kudos to them. Thank you again, IDK.
I'll second the motion.
Motion's been seconded.
Okay, roll call. Mayor Pro Tem Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember DeJarnis.
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson.
Yes.
Councilmember Waite.
Yes.
Mayor Toussaint.
Yes, passes 5-0. Okay, with that, we'll move on to item number 6, economic outlook and economic development strategy.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you all. Have a good evening.
Okay, so this item is basically the fact that we don't quite know what our economic outlook is going to look like in terms of COVID-19.
The title of this is just funny. Yeah. It's got zero economic outlook.
Cessation.
Zero.
It's called zero.
It's currently
It can only go up.
Zero. Yes, it can only go up.
It's actually negative because if you factor our current revenue against,
And I'm not trying to make
expenses-
light of this by laughing.
No, I know, but
it's almost a morbid laughter.
Yeah.
So I think the point of this presentation is to focus on the fact that in normal times, aside from COVID-19 disaster, local economic strategy can make a big impact on a municipality, on a jurisdiction. So I think it's important still during this time to continue to both address the impacts of COVID-19 and help our current existing economic base and the businesses, just like we talked earlier today with NDC, and whatever help we can give our businesses through loans to help them through and to help them recover. But it's also important to think about economic development going forward and potentially even thinking about diversifying our economic base just so that we don't have, more than 50% of our revenue gone when tourism is suffering something like this. Of course, this was a very unprecedented effect, but that is something for us to work on and think through. So there's a lot of different news that you can see out there on COVID-19 economic outlook. Some is more, positive or hopeful, and some of it, especially from more of the financial institution that's coming through, that it really expects impacts to be, quite a bit worse than the Great Recession that we experienced in the early 2000s, and possibly even a depression. Definitely very large GDP drops right now, because it's not just us that has a complete economic cessation, but our national economy is also kind of at a standstill. So those are the factors to factor in, and the city of Solvang economy is, of course, highly dependent on tourism. We have a lot of small shops here, and the duration of the cessation is unknown, so that makes our economic outlook to be so much harder to predict what really is going to happen. Currently, the city is losing approximately $500,000 per month, as we talked about, in the general fund revenues. Just to remind people so that they understand our city's economic makeup once again, and go over these details, is that the city general fund revenue is derived 50% from TOT. That's $4.5 million. So our hotels right now are essentially empty. We have 15% coming from the sales tax, which is $1.5 million, which is also highly dependent on our tourism economy. And then we have another 15% in property taxes, which, if there was a Great Depression, also could be impacted going forward. The TOT, just I get some questions on more of the specifics as to who's making all that money in TOT. What do we have? What kind of businesses do we have? We have 22 hotels that are our hotel base, and a few short-term rentals. Our sales tax is derived 45% from food products, 25% from general retail, 18% from construction, 7% from transportation, and 5% from business to business. And so if you look, this is data that I cannot publicly display, but this is data that I can look from our muni services contractor, who ensure that sales tax is paid from our businesses. So if you look at the data, it's approximately 50% of the sales attributed within the categories primarily of the food and products and general retail, and food and products then also includes all of your restaurants. So about 50%, if you just skim through the businesses, are the type of businesses that primarily serve our tourism economy. So that's where our dollars are coming from. And so in general, about 55% of all general fund comes from tourism-related activities as far as revenue. If we look at what does this money fund, these are some of the essential services that we talked about before. The money has to fund the law enforcement contract. That's the basic contract without any menu items of community resource deputy or traffic attached to it. It's $2.1 million is what we're looking at the next year. So that's actually less than our property tax, and that's about almost half of our TOT. Depends on how you slice it. That's a pretty good chunk. Then out of that money, we also fund in the public works. So that's our maintenance division as well as our engineering. Parks and recreation before the layoffs was fully funded from these funds and very partially offset by fees. Our fees have actually not been updated in a long time, so we don't even know exactly how much we are subsidizing in terms of charging fees to the customers versus using general fund monies. It also pays for general administration, our economic development efforts, including marketing. It includes finance, information technology, legal services, and then planning and building, which is also partially offset by fees, but those haven't been updated, and then code enforcement. So economic development strategy, as we have talked earlier today, it's important for us to really focus on bringing back that economic basis that we have here today with us, and those are the businesses that we have been, or the city, the council has been helping with the initial microloan, and then we'll be working as quickly as we can with NDC to develop additional programs to first stabilize them. So that's where we talk about those programs like PPP that can move forward quickly, and then potentially looking at longer term programs to where the city can invest some of the money into this type of program and allow NDC to leverage that money so that we can help more businesses with their loan needs, because they will need some kind of recovery assistance as they try to reopen with probably depleted cash reserves. In the long run, however, I think it's important to continue to focus on the long-term economic development strategy. Right before the COVID-19 hit, you were all discussing economic development strategy for specifically the site at the Vets Hall, and also the overall economic development strategy for the city, and kind of looking at the economic strategy of focusing on land use and business development, those ideas around council direction to enhance experiential tourism, increase average daily rates, and attract higher spending power in tourism. So even though we are a little bit on hold right now, a little bit behind schedule, I think it's important for us to continue to think through those processes, and obviously amend those as needed based on what's happening with, COVID-19 and how the economy is actually going to react to it, which we really know more about once COVID-19 restrictions are lifted and we actually start to see how the economy is recovering. But as part of that could be the business diversification options. So looking at, how do you want to use land, what kind of incentives you could provide with, multi-use spaces and attracting other businesses into this community. And then, of course, the specific site development for the Veterans Hall area is actually something that staff is moving forward. We have been in contact with a lot of the constituents here that are involved in that site, not all of them yet. There's still the senior center and the veterans and the library that we need to talk to more. We had started conversations with the County of Santa Barbara, but that has pretty much halted right now just because they are all into COVID-19 operating EOC. That's where they are. We are talking to a private developer that's on that side or adjacent to the Vets Hall ownership area. And of course, all of that would be coming back to council with specific proposals for the site development, and then a plan on moving forward with the specific development of the private parcel, as well as the larger project with multiple owners of those properties, which include, financing mechanisms that the city would need to think through, and of course, the agreements between the parties. So the recommendation is just to get a conceptual policy agreement from this council that as we talk about priorities and what's essential and what's not essential, there's this immediate priorities that we know are needed to stabilize and recover our existing economic base, but it still is very much important for the city to continue that work on larger, longer term economic development. And so as resources allow and as potential additional surprises stop coming our way with COVID-19, we would be moving with those efforts. That concludes my report.
Okay. Are there any questions of the staff report?
Yeah, a couple of questions. One, have you done any stress testing on the budget in terms of time and depth of damage to our local economy? For example, are you looking out 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, a year?
So I think that's the next
yeah,
item
the next
on
agenda
the
item addresses a little bit of that. So maybe save that for the next item.
I'll hold my notes too then.
Or bring it up during this item. It's just a question. If it's relative to economic development.
I thought we were
They're
talking about
both-
economic
they are both
development.
kind
They
of
both
tied.
kind of tie in
Yeah.
together.
Tied.
So I mean, you can, but I just think it's more appropriate under the one that has.
The reason why I bring it up here is because this is more along the lines of the city, stress testing the city's budget. Whatever, I haven't really paid too much attention to the next item, I apologize. So I'm just asking a quick question. Have you done some stress testing?
Not enough. I think in the next item, you will see some of the initial findings. But I mean, I understand what you're talking about, and we started doing, more long-term forecasts with the last budget development for this current fiscal year, and that's really looking at your kind of the business model for your revenues and expenditures that you're talking about. That depends on your economic conditions and then your obviously makeup of expenditures. So with that, we can definitely do more stress testing in terms of looking at long-term fiscal sustainability and what kind of impact the city can or cannot sustain in its operating model as we develop the next financial plan more. So
If we don't completely run out of money first.
Thanks for that optimistic view. But the reason why I bring it up under this topic is because when we talk about economic outlook, we're really talking about forecasting. When you're talking about financial planning, that is derived from your financial forecast model,
Yes.
your economic model.
yes.
So
This
maybe
is
I'm
probably the
confused
most
here.
unsophisticated forecast I've ever done in my life, just because
How can it not be?
because COVID-19 is so unknown right now. We can definitely, I think we need to prepare for the worst and be as reactive as we can, and that's what we'll discuss with the next item. But there's a lot of unknowns right now.
Are there any questions to the staff report? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to public comment. We have no one that's written in on this item. Do we have any callers? With that, I'll take this back to the council for discussion and action. Who would like to start?
There's really not much to, there's no specifics really, and just the.
Yeah.
Well, I think
I just-
I think there's something. I mean, for one, I think you look at the data points that we do have, and I get calls all the time, and people are. I mean, first of all, we just always have to be out there reinforcing the community and educating them on how things work. So, I get phone calls about sales tax, and that
How little of
people
we
actually
get.
people actually think we received that full
7%,
7.75%, but we only get like basically 1% of that, maybe some other small amount in some other fund somewhere
Right.
else. But really, it's that 1%.
i.e., it's maybe 4 hotels out of those 22 that bring in 60% of the TOT.
7.
Yeah.
Seven.
And 2 of the largest hotels in Solvang were already scheduled to take down their hotels for a major overhaul. And they can't do the overhaul right now during this recovery process because all of their stuff is stuck over in China during the shutdown. So
shame.
even when we do recover, if they then so choose to do their
They're going to shut
their
down again.
remodel, which personally, if you can financially do it, you'd want to be doing it now, or you'd want to do it when times are slower, because you want to be back up in time for the bigger season to bring in the money. But we're going to deal with that impact further down the line as well. And the hotels of that 12% TOT, the city gets all of that 12%. So it's really easy for us to chase after TOT money. That's why even it only takes less than $40 million in business on the on a private business to generate the 4.5 million that we get on the TOT side. But on the sales tax side, we only get 1% of that, and that's why you see so many cities running these tax measure ballots, because if they run a cent tax and sell it to everyone as this is just a penny tax, it's really 1%. But for the city of Solvang, that would take us from $1.5 million in sales tax to $3 million. So
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to ask you to stop right there because that's better suited for the next topic.
it might be. But what I'm talking about here is when it comes time to the actual recovery type strategy, we got to think about bringing in what projects we can during this time. Anyone that can.
Here's what I'd like to encourage the council to think about, because this is what Wall Street's looking at. This is what the federal and state governments are looking at. What kind of recovery does this look like? Is it a V-shaped recovery, a sharp downward hit, and then a fast recovery up, or is it more of a U-shape, or is it an L-shape, like a long, slow, drawn-out recovery? At least we can start making some educated guesses about that. And I don't know where you're going to get that information. Also, our local tourism really comes from a couple of places, which is primarily Los Angeles, right? So we'd like to know how they're doing, how fast they recover. My understanding is that while we seem to be plateauing and even, not just flattening out, maybe even going back down in terms of the number of cases and that kind of thing, there's some hot spots in LA that may prevent them from recovering as fast.
And if you remember,
I
in
think
the middle of,
is your microphone still?
yeah, it is now. In the middle of March, the president had talked about the economy coming back open on April 12th by Easter, and then keep pushing out and pushing out. The governor of Texas has been talking about a slow, gradual, reopen by sector, et cetera. And it'd just be wonderful to think that in a month and a half or 2 months, we can open restaurants with spacing, half the capacity, and just get into little things like that. Let people into businesses one at a time. I don't want to see this as a doomsday for 6 months. I think the cure could be possibly worse than the disease, and we're going to have to do something. You've all read every single article there is pro-con about shutting it all down, or economic depression is probably more detrimental health-wise nationwide than 22,000 fatalities. Because, during the Great Depression, people were killing themselves left and right. What is worse? So, if we could get to the point where at least we're bringing in some money, and you see a light at the end of the tunnel, would be really, really encouraging.
And that's a great point. I was listening to a particular CEO he had, with 40,000 employees, and he was begging the president, please just give us a date certain to start. We have all these resources to plan logistically and get our people up and running again. But if you can't tell us when we're going to start, we can't move.
And that's the biggest problem with any economic model is uncertainty. When people know exactly what it is. If it is 6 months, you can plan for it.
And it gets worse, at least from the standpoint we know that there's going to be a second and third iteration of the virus. It happens, even with the Spanish flu, as you know well. So the bigger consequence could be that we have these rolling shutdowns. How do we plan for that? So when we talk about economic outlook, I don't know how you're going to. That's why I was asking you to stress test the budget. I don't know.
I think it's the simple answer. If we dive into a Great Depression, our reserves are not going to hold us.
Well, that's why we had the Federal Reserve and the printing machine.
Okay.
So anyway, where I was kind of going on with my little thing was just about is just reevaluating, looking at Solvang itself. For example, like what Chris just identified. We could be up in business tomorrow, but if LA's still on total shutdown and you can't come here, and that's 85% of our market.
Or I bet it's also the governor's direction too.
Right.
This is going to come down. The feds are going to loosen up. They're going to leave it to the governors and the mayors, and we're stuck.
Yeah. So anyway, where I'm going with it is just, finding ways to streamline any processes to get projects done. But then I think the council needs to think about is there any diversification type opportunities that we have? Because
nothing in the short term.
Actually, yes, we do have some.
Okay.
There could always be something. So.
But I'm not at liberty to talk about it.
So I think that those kinds of things, we need staff to really prioritize working on anything that can be brought in to diversify our revenue. Because even as we're talking about if this were to happen again or any of these circumstances, that's going to be our best way of staying resilient through these types of
I'd like to add something to what the mayor was saying, and this is interesting. It's a kind of an oddity. While many of us are forced to stay at home for whatever reason, there are many people still out there working hard, for example, in the construction and the trades. I'm not sure how, but they're able to get out there and continue building or doing remodels. And there's a number of projects in the community that could be perhaps incentivized or encouraged to move forward. If we need to give them that green light, let's do what we can as a council.
A hotel that's halfway there in the permitting process, and they're haggling over a second story, let's get it done.
Whatever it takes, let's encourage them to start
get
doing
it done.
You can't be serious. As I'm sitting here on Zoom, abiding by the law for the social distancing mandate, and you all are sitting there on the dais talking about people having to stay home for whatever reason, I'm having a real difficult time with this. So no, they shouldn't be out there doing this. Matter of fact, in a lot of counties and other cities, these projects have been shut down specifically for the reasons for COVID-19.
Actually, what they're doing, like in San Francisco, it's as long as it's as long as it's low-income housing, you can keep building. If it's cosmetic, you can't. Which,
Necessary.
I
Anything that
understand.
is necessary or
But they're letting
But,
people
but
out.
either way, I think Robert is just speaking in general terms for any, business that.
Going forward.
Going forward. These things are changing rapidly. I think he's just generally speaking for that.
And Karen, I appreciate your comment, but realistically, even if we gave somebody the green light to move tomorrow, how long would it take for them just to get through the planning process that we have? It would take them months. So the point is, let's encourage them to get started on those planning permits and building permits, because we know it's going to take time. And then hopefully when the economy is given the green light to start again, we will do that.
Agree.
I agree with that. I agree with starting the process, the paper planning process and permitting process.
And that's what we're talking about. But it's also taking a separate or a second look at, opportunities that otherwise maybe we normally wouldn't be chasing. If all we do all day long typically is chase hotels and try to increase bed tax because it's just the easiest thing that could be chased after, then, what we're saying right now is maybe we need to look at other avenues that could potentially diversify our revenue. That's really what we're talking about right now.
I can't wait to talk to you more about economic diversification.
Great. Look forward.
Have fun with Chris.
Well, look, I go back to what Xenia said originally. She made a great point about our local economy. We were hit by the perfect storm in the sense that our local community is built up upon little micro businesses where if the owner decides to take a day off or a week off, they shut down the store. It's not like a regular business that's an ongoing business. And in this case, when the tourists can't come, we're even worse shaped than before. So we need to figure out what economic diversification means for this community. For example, I think we need to move in the direction of a digital economy where people can work from home on IT types of projects, whether it's software or development of systems. But this is what has created tremendous energy and economic vitality to parts of Santa Barbara. They have spawned billion-dollar companies, software companies, just because they came up with the next best application. I'll give you one company called AppFolio. Highly recommend them. They came from Kai's Power Tools. They invented GoToMeeting, which was bought by Citrix. And they did that all from, I can't say from the garage, but something is a similar story. They started out small, and next thing you know, they developed a multi-billion-dollar business. We need to encourage people to come to Solvang, come to the San Ynez Valley, and do that here. That's the future.
I agree with that statement. I think both Santa Barbara, the touristy destinations that are desirable to live in but have high price on the land. We will never be, a mid-state where we have large warehouses, but Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo, for example, both have been chasing after IT specifically and getting any Amazon or any kind of, IT businesses to open up a satellite office in their jurisdiction. So that's something that could be pursued, more aggressively by the city.
So you want to open up an Amazon here?
Well, sure, of course, and Google and it'll take them all.
We're just throwing examples.
Actually, I'll give you one silly example. This is a true story. This kid came up. He was in his early 20s, and he came up with an app to help people that have dogs or pets that need to be walked to match up with people that would want to walk those dogs. And he sold the business for $10 million a year later. We need more of that here.
We'll work on it.
So some diversification options. I think it's also really important. 'Cause we all want. We know tourism is. We're fully vested in it because our budgets, as you can see, won't even stand tourism not coming back. We'll have to dissolve or something like that. But provided that things do come back, with diversification type opportunities, can also raise our base and our ability to pay for some of the longer term impacts that we're going to see. Just like an example in the slide that you showed earlier, last time we went into recession, county came back and all of a sudden reassessed everyone's property taxes, which is totally reasonable, great thing to do. But we have to realize that that's another impact that our fund might take later on down the road. Then we have the loss in the CalPERS retirement systems, which then just gets re-amortized and pushed back down to it.
Let's talk about CalPERS.
Raises the cost there. But then we have the sheriff's department that then the county then renegotiates or reworks the sheriffs and switches them over to a different cost recovery model because they're trying to recover their CalPERS costs as well. And so all this stuff is like what's been compounding even Solvang and many other cities throughout the state of California for the past 10 years since the last.
Yeah, and you make a great point. We campaigned on this. If we do nothing, we're headed for a train wreck. It's just math. The CalPERS pension system is really unstable and unbalanced, and God help them that they can recover in this period of time. But what I'm reading is that the stock market the markets in general, stocks, bonds, whatever, even real estate, are due for a massive repricing to the downside simply because people are coming to the realization there's no revenue. And without revenue, there's no earnings. And without earnings, you have to reprice downward a lot lower than where we are today. So CalPERS is going to be in big trouble. I hope that's not the case. And it will certainly affect our property taxes, as the mayor said.
I'd even be concerned about, we have the reason why you don't see a cost item in the general fund for the fire department is because that was negotiated several years back, that basically the county takes half the property taxes to fund the fire department here. So we don't see it in our budget, but they didn't come back to us for more during this process of the last, hit. But how long, for all I know, they're losing a lot of money in that area every year. And as they get more, hungry in their budgets and start, looking, fine-combing what's really happening, I could see them coming back to us. And I don't know how that contract's necessarily negotiated. That was well before I was even here.
It's a district. It was a district that was formed, and we are part of that district.
Okay.
So there is a tax assessment on it.
So is that a possible scenario that the
county could reignite? I believe, but yeah, I mean, there's a way. To do
yeah.
that,
So that's what I'm trying to point out here is that like the more these things get crunched in these areas, we're going to see these compounded effects coming down to the city later on. That's all. Okay. I think do you have enough?
I have enough room for thoughts. So basically, it was informational and just a recommendation that we continue to move forward with all economic development, short-term and long-term efforts.
Okay. Would you like a motion on this item or just receive,
You
file?
can
You got
receive
your
and file.
direction?
Got my direction.
Great. On to item number 7, fiscal strategy with coronavirus framework and fiscal year 2020-21 development. Staff report.
Okay. So item 7 is fiscal year 2020.
And maybe we should take a 5-minute restroom break.
Sure.
Okay.
That'll work.
So we'll take a 5-minute restroom break and we'll resume shortly before. Let's just call it 8:40 p.m.
cases have not changed our 5 cases in a week.
You guys, where's Daniel?
He's on his way back in. We have a quorum.
Well, I'm just gonna wait, give Daniel a minute.
And Karen's not back on yet. Here, she's
Okay.
coming on right now.
Okay. Oh, Daniel's locked outside.
Good thing it's glass.
Was he in the center?
No,
Yeah,
he was
back there.
He was back by the.
In the center of the window.
Oh, that's funny.
Good try. Just got your I almost left.
I almost. Darn it! I wish I had been outside. I would have left.
All right, Karen, do we have you?
Yeah.
All right. So we'll resume the meeting. We're on with item number 7, fiscal strategy within coronavirus framework and fiscal year 2020-21 development. Staff report.
Okay. So we are talking about fiscal year 2020-22 financial plan development. It's a 2-year financial plan. You, as council, approved previously in January before COVID-19 declarations of disaster, a process for the 2-year financial development, which was supposed to be first starting with the forecasts, where we would have been doing more standard forecasting with best, worst, and most likely scenarios and stressing those forecasts. But now we are looking at COVID-19. And the next step would have been to come back with a preliminary financial plan, which I think will still hold place. I would say that in May, you would see a preliminary budget with recommendations for revenues and expenditures for next year. We'll definitely be focusing more at that time on the expenditure side. And then in June, we would see a final budget or financial plan for the 2 years and the budget that you're required to adopt by law for operating during the fiscal year 2020-21. So COVID-19 is obviously having us shift directions and be a lot more reactive at the same time as proactive. There is a lot of unknown in terms of the numbers on the forecast, because there is a lot of unknown in economic conditions. What we don't know is when the social distancing orders will be lifted, and we've had that discussion here today. It's everywhere from the national level to the state level, and then we're just a local jurisdiction under the county jurisdiction as well. So what we're hearing from the county, there's no indication for them to change the length of the order right this second. The order for social distancing is through May 4th. But when you listen to their public health staff and the models that they have been working on, which are actually the modeling is provided by the state, they've been saying that the end of the epidemic would be sometime in August based on the parameters that they're looking at. So we could be potentially looking at a much longer period of time before they lift those orders. So given having heard that from them, I think that's the worst case that we have to prepare for. And so what this chart here shows is a significant drop in occupancy tax collections for the current year, to where we're basically collecting nothing between now and the end of the fiscal year. I've also downgraded the collections for the last quarter for sales taxes, fees for services, now that we charge less and have less activity, events, and a little bit of a drop in interest income. It's really a rough brush on the income forecast based on what we do know and what we are actually seeing happening right now. And so just doing this forecast for the adopted budget that we have compared to the projections through the end of this fiscal year, we are seeing about a $2 million loss in our revenue. If that's how we hold, that's very significant. And then I went on and just kind of modeled of what would at least the 2020-21 look like if we just continued this economic cessation through the summertime, which is our high income time, to where we would be losing our best dollar months. And so if we're closed for July and August, which is, not completely out of realm. We hope not, but it's something that we need to at least be prepared to deal with. That's another $1 million loss in our occupancy tax, and then also additional losses in the sales tax. So I'm looking at, kind of not even worst case scenario for 2020-21, but I've taken basically a complete loss in this forecast for July and August, and then a slow recovery through December to where it would be at about 50% capacity, just to fresh look at this. And so if that was the case, we would be at a revenue drop-in from what we were expecting for this year of $9.4 million to about $7.3 million for this year in receipts, and then a $7.8 million the following year. I stuck with kind of rosy, hopeful projections for this particular night for 2021-22 rather than a great recession. Because of the unknown, and so left the outer forecast untouched. But just dealing with the potential that's very likely here, or very potential for the next fiscal year, is what we are seeing is that the actions that the council took in readjusting operations for essential services only by adjusting the ongoing expenditures by $1 million. That's an ongoing annual number. So actually in this current fiscal year, we are only going to realize very little. So that $2 million just comes off the top that will have to be absorbed within the fund.
But to make it back, we would have to sustain this level.
Right.
Provided that things come back, we'd have to then sustain this level to take 2 years to catch up to the process.
Right, that is another consideration. But just if you look at ongoing kind of the model of, how are your revenues are compared to your expenditures, with the action that we took to reduce ongoing expenditures by $1 million, if you look at this forecast that I've prepared today, we would be, the expenditures for 2021 would be at approximately $7.5 million. Now, this forecast is not perfect yet. I haven't baked all of the changes the council has been making throughout 2019, 2020. It's basically taken the estimated expenditures for 2021 that we already knew of because we already have an MOU negotiated into that year, and then just taking that $1 million off. So if we hold that model, we basically break even in terms of the revenue that we could expect next year with this kind of COVID impact not lasting longer than August. If it lasts longer than August, it would be even worse. But that would put us into a break-even scenario.
But you're also assuming that we don't have any additional incidents in the fall and the winter.
Yes, this is not assuming
This is your rosy outlook.
Yes.
Oh, it's
Very
balanced.
Plus, any seed money we put in loan programs and stuff, they all have payback periods. There's risk involved. So the more things happen, the lower rate of collection you're going to have, and then also it still is cash out of hand. So we can't write a check out of receivables.
Right.
Well, you also heard NDC speaking about that these loans were forgivable. So don't expect to get that money back if we put any seed money out there.
No, that's
No, it's actually not the case at all there. But I'm speaking for what we already have putting out. What the NDC was describing earlier was if it was, for example, a qualifying type loan like PPP, and there was seed money put there, and then a loan was given to a business that was then later forgiven, which would mean that the feds would basically be paying that loan off. Then we would then get our money, our seed money back out of that out of that program. But anything we do will involve risk once the money's left our
Bank
our
account.
accounts. So.
Right. So just
Before you go on, can you tell me what the numbers were in terms of TOT for February? Those numbers have to be in by now, right? I looked on our website and I couldn't find them.
those we are in.
Were they where they should, or were they?
They would be due by the end of March, so yes, we should have them, but I don't know what they are.
You haven't seen them?
No.
I'm hoping that February was a relatively normal month year over year.
As February's ago.
Yeah.
I get it.
Right.
Otherwise, we're looking at 5 months.
Remember that the action that you took in terms of TOT payment and relaxing the penalties and interest on TOT non-payment included February money. So we've allowed the businesses to delay payment of February TOT. We would still be receiving their, financials. We would just not be receiving their payments.
But I'll just note that I believe that by the time we relaxed, that was coming closer to the latter half of March, and a lot of the businesses, if they were able to pay, already had their checks sent in. So I believe we do have a decently high ratio of collections on February, but then there are hotels that, did request the forgiveness for their TOT that would have been due at the end of March, which is basically paying for February's TOT.
I was going back to the model that you showed up on the screen. You were looking at a difference of 1.6 million through the end of June. Is that right? And that's on occupancy tax?
Yeah, just
Yes.
TOT.
Mm-hmm.
So basically $2 million in lost revenue.
Between all those sources, yes.
Brutal. And that's the rosy scenario.
It's a pretty, what we have to consider is realistic scenario at this point, I think.
Yeah.
Especially when it comes to the next year. I mean, just the rate, if we stay close, the rate at which we lose money is so great that, even just 2 months of summertime is going to be humongous in terms of annual impact.
Yeah. Well, and I think the other thing to realize too is, even if, for example, things were turned back on as of June 1st, I'll just pick an arbitrary date there, that's just the date at which people can start staying in hotels again. And that month, even to start, could be very slow. But even so, the businesses need to get through that month. And then we hope that maybe they can pay their TOT 30 days after that month ends, because that gets them back onto the normal cycle. So on a cash basis, it's, even from the date that things start recovering, we won't even see any of that hit our budgets for at least 60 days from day one.
Well, sticking with your analogy here, we're looking at a cold start of the economic engine.
Right.
And June or July are not going to be 100% out of the gate, right?
No.
They're going to be
No.
20%. Weren't you working on a model to that extent?
I have ways of forecasting that model. I'm pretty close to having that forecast done, but I would need to sit down with Zena and verify my numbers, and if you want to help with that process, and
Why yes.
then we
Yes,
could,
I would.
we could easily plug in all of the stress testing scenarios that you could possibly dream of. But it's probably 90% there, but it does need to be verified against actual financial systems.
Do I need to bring my Tums?
You will need your Tums, yes.
All right.
And a muzzle.
And a muzzle, yeah.
A muzzle.
A muzzle. Robert, will you buy the muzzle? So that's but yeah, this is a cold start, and even from day one that things start, it's gonna just even get through a month for businesses to even start paying, even whatever that recovery is. If the first month's 15%, then that's what it is. But we won't even see taxes generated on that 15% for, whatever period, like basically 60 days at minimum. And then we still have to have, reserves set aside for whatever might be needed. Of course, there's no crystal ball, but whatever there might be needed to actually help our local economy start moving. I mean, even just to open the doors on a business that hasn't received the loans or, is injured through this whole entire process and still is even thinking about opening, is then all of a sudden going to wonder, well, how do I even get, people, how do I staff this thing, and how do I make my initial inventory purchase? How do I make my initial, everything? And you're talking about some businesses that probably will, could be placing a $250,000 food order or something, to supply themselves regularly. So all that's going to have to be started back up. They might have to do cleans on all their, systems. Their refrigerators might have stopped working in the meantime. They're not maintaining them, whatever it is. But it's going to require capital for any business to even open the door from day one. And a lot of people save up, even for a good portion of their lives to all of a sudden, have their dream small business someday. And that's what that capital's there for, and they're not going to potentially have that in this scenario. So it's pretty unfortunate.
I'm guessing in the third quarter we'll be down as a local economy 50% of normal revenue, and that means that we'll take a tax hit to the city's general funds as well. Maybe we'll get back to 75%, 80% by the end of the year.
I think that's kind of rosy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Could be. Karen, did you have a comment?
No, I mean, that would be a positive thing. If we were back to 70 or 80% by the end of the year.
I agree.
Yeah. I think that'd be pretty rosy.
That's all I was saying. I was thinking.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So.
Okay.
All right, so to finish up this item, just a reminder, we do have $5.9 million in unassigned reserves, and then we have 4.8 in assigned reserves within general fund, which the 4.8 is by the policy to hold reserves for,
For this.
unanticipated, for kind of this, but not really for this magnitude of this.
Yeah.
But I do also want to remind all of you that this money also has to pay for capital improvement program, and what we don't have built into our long-term real forecasts and funding models is the capital improvement needs. So if we just take the last capital improvement program that was submitted to the council a year ago over the 2-year financial plan, the need for capital was $5.8 million. So that wipes out all of your pretty much unassigned reserves, or we once again, hold off on those projects. The problem is with not investing in infrastructure, which appears to be a lot of times kind of how the city accumulated these reserves to start with, was really deferred maintenance. And so now the longer we continue not...
I think that's why the budgets were so upside down every year, because they would basically adopt the same projects every year saying we're going to do them, but they never got done. And that's how you would actually end up with a net to the reserves. But the point is we didn't have the revenue ever, and that's how we even came up with what we do have today.
And of course, if you don't timely invest in infrastructure, then potentially the consequences of that can be a lot more costly. So the city needs to be proactively investing in needed infrastructure as we go along. And so that will also need to be a conversation of the next financial plan. It's just numbers almost align perfectly with 5.9 and $5.8 million right there.
Mm-hmm.
So that concludes my presentation. The recommendation is that you receive this information and that staff will come back to you at the next available regular meeting when we are not dealing with any unexpected events of COVID-19, with further projections on revenues and really a focus on expenditures, baking into those expenditure projections all the organizational changes that have been made in this current year, and then explaining to you in a lot more detail the capital improvement needs.
Have you had any further time to evaluate the enterprise funds for what those funds might be seeing at this point in time?
I have not started on that yet, yes.
Yeah. I know this is higher priority, but I'm just curious. But I do believe like 35% of the revenue in those funds comes from commercial-related activities.
Correct.
And the majority of commercial-related activities in Solvang is tourism-related activities. So.
Right.
And then I hate to bring this up, but it's almost like even with the harsh cuts we've had to make, is there anything else that we can be considering? Have we looked through, every contract, fully realigned all contracts? I don't know where we're at in that process. Have 60% of the contracts been reevaluated?
I think we have looked at the majority of the contracts. We're still working through some of the organizational changes for sure with, the 8 layoffs and distributing the workload to existing staff and realigning operations. Some of the contracts, are already expended. Cash may be already gone. There is no provisions for cutting, but we did terminate all contracts that are definitely non-essential and gave them a payout at this point. We'll continue to look, but I think today's presentation has kind of outlined what additional priorities are here. So we still, as we talked in the previous item, that economic development continues to be an important item. So we'll continue to need to staff some of these needs that will better prepare us for recovery. So economic development and IT infrastructure, for example, were good examples that even though it may be additional spending now, it's really preparing us for that recovery.
Okay. Are there any questions of the staff report?
No.
We'll take it to public comment. There's no one that's written in on this item. Are there any callers? There's no callers. I'll take this back to the council for discussion and action. Does anyone wish to discuss this item any further?
No, I just want to say thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're doing an amazing job in very difficult circumstances, and
Jobs.
yes, multiple hats. So thank you very much for staying up late and working on weekends.
And Ryan as well.
Thank you.
That's why he doesn't have any hair.
That's why I don't have any hair.
He's just pulling it out left and right.
All right, so I think we had some interest in developing stress testing models. I do have something that maybe Chris and I can work on and bring back to the council. Otherwise, I think we can kind of receive and file this. I would like to, just ask the staff take a little time evaluating the enterprise funds for potential impacts there. Just especially longer if these things go on, you certainly not going to be generating water volumetric
Right.
charges.
Absolutely.
So that's one area right there.
So ironically enough, because people use less water, we end up receiving less revenue, and that makes our situation worse.
So if you even evaluate what happened during drought, all these agencies put everyone on water restrictions, and then water restrictions then resulted in less revenue coming into the agency, which then resulted in the agency saying, we need to raise your water rates to make more revenue.
That's right.
So that's why that would be especially harsh in a time when people are struggling, and just even paying their rent at home, taking care of their kids, things like that, to then take a blow there as well and raise rates. So
It will be interesting right now to see what our water use is over this month and next
Yeah.
month, because you have more and more people staying at home all day, every day, and putting more strain on our wastewater.
Yeah.
It really is going to be, from an economic standpoint, this is really exciting because you always want to know things like the marginal use of water by tourists. Well, we have a perfect opportunity to measure that because they're gone.
But you don't, because your normal routine is not the same, because you have
Right.
more people in a home flushing toilets and using the sinks during the day when they would be at an office or a business, maybe in Santa Barbara.
Your answer to that falls somewhere in line with, if you look at the volume of businesses in terms of meter fees compared to the volumetric charges, then even though more people are staying at home, they're going to be flushing the toilet and doing some extra things, but maybe they're not going to go out there and blow out a new landscape and be watering things. But what I'm saying in terms of the commercial side is the volume is going to go down of the usage. So you're not going to get the usage
The hotels
charges
and
in
whatnot,
there.
yeah.
But
And
that's what we have meters for. I mean, you can tell how much water that
That's what I'm
hotel
saying.
uses.
So we will find out all
Yeah.
that.
You have 1 meter for 13 different structures in parts of this town, too.
Well, that's Copenhagen Dry, you're right.
Yeah. And also, at the end of Fjord is 1 meter
Yeah.
for, 50 some odd residences.
Yeah. But
so
even
we'll finally
without that
find out.
data prior to it, you could just look at the funds and just make some kind of educated guesses based on percentages that won't be using any water at all.
Correct.
And then provided they keep paying their meter fee, that's one thing. But if everyone starts turning off their water because there's no business anyway, why continue to pay Solvang the water bill? Then you're going to see the loss of both. So
Okay.
I think I had a motion So we'll just Chris and I will I will work with Chris and we'll come up with some stress testing type scenarios, and we'll work with Zena to verify the data before we show that to the council. But I do think that could do a lot of things in terms of pointing out, different scenarios and being able to run the numbers on it. Staff will continue to evaluate any further contracts for cost savings, and we'll look a little bit more into the utility funds, which could also kind of be done with the forecast that I will work on with Chris. With that, I guess, do you want to motion that, and then I'll move that. Second.
Does it need
Your
a
motion, we
motion?
file the report.
No, just instruction to file the report.
Okay, so move on with that. And then we'll move on to item number 8, IDK contract scope amendment and solving business support and revitalization strategy.
Okay, let me
Staff
just make
report.
sure that Scott Shoemake from IDK is here with us. Okay. Hi, Scott. So this item here is to formally accept or ask for the council approval to accept a change in scope of work for IDK under COVID-19. The council had just approved the contract with IDK in January, shortly before COVID-19 disaster occurred. We were working with IDK on transitioning fully to them managing marketing and tourism services. They were making progress with establishing the committee and looking at our processes for permitting events, planning events. And then with COVID-19, we essentially, when we declared the declaration of emergency, had reached out to IDK to help with whatever they could at that time to help businesses. And so they have listed in their letter to us, which is the revised scope of work, what work they have done to date on helping us and our business community with this emergency services, including building that website. And so some of the things that they are introducing here in their proposed revised scope is that they would hold on to $50,000 of seed cash money that we paid them under the original contract that was really supposed to support some of the ongoing traditional events in Solvang, such as 4th of July and Danish Days, and so to hold on to those and use those funds for that type of events when we are back to normal operations. And then to also provide $50,000 in in-kind services. So once again, kind of a concept of diverting the revenue that was already paid for under the current contract, because we are basically at a standstill in time, to push that forward for when we reopen and for them to be able to work with the city for recovery services and continue to provide and restart marketing efforts. They're also proposing that because we are at this standstill and it may be more prolonged than we were hoping for in the beginning, there may be a desire to push the deadline of the contract forward. So they're saying if the council wanted to go ahead and approve it for the year 2021, their revenue or their fees would be limited to 12% of TOT. So if the city continues to not receive any TOT, then IDK would not receive any fees. If the city is back to normal, 12% of TOT under normal collections this year would have been $540,000 is the estimate. So those are their recommendations. The council could consider, accepting this or not accepting this. You could extend the contract all the way through next fiscal year. I think that at least extending it through the December, if there is another Yule Fest, would probably make sense, because frankly going out to an RFP right now and changing partnerships would probably not benefit us in this situation. So those are the considerations, and you have IDK's proposal here starting on page 85, and then Scott is here online with us to talk to us more about what they're proposing.
Hello, everybody. I'm sorry that I can't be there in person, but for obvious reasons, I'm here with a 4-week-old haircut. So as Zena said, we worked back in mid-March when obviously this all started. We quickly pivoted to sort of help where we thought we best could. So to that end, we built, launched, and maintained the Solvang Resources site, which I'm just kind of showing anybody if you haven't seen it. Additionally, we started running paid advertisements on social for the keep wipes out of pipes because we heard from your public works director that there was an issue occurring there. So we worked there to help get that going. And then really just kind of created this portal and update this portal daily with information both for businesses and residents. We started to shift our focus a little bit on social. If you look, we basically changed Solvang USA to be more aspirational. So rather than inviting folks to come, visit Solvang, for example, we changed the social, to talk about, tell us in one word what you best liked about Solvang, and really try to keep the conversation and keep Solvang on top of tourist minds, while kind of reinforcing the message that Solvang may not necessarily be open for business. But we continue to develop the Solvang USA social channels so that when the recovery time comes, we're well positioned. Aside from that, we quickly took over the City of Solvang's pages and have been, as you can see, posting daily updates on the city's social channels with more targeted information specifically for residents. Again, as an attempt to make sure that folks could kind of cut through the noise and get information that was relevant to them as quickly as possible. So, that's sort of what we started doing. That got us through the triage phase. And, now that we're kind of through, the fire is obviously still burning, but we're through that kind of initial triage phase. So now we're starting to kind of look to the future. Like everything, this too will end. And, as you guys have spoken about throughout the entire meeting, it's, unclear, and I don't think anybody who tells you any differently is telling the truth, but it's unclear when this is going to be done and when the city will, the state, the country will be reopened. So, however, everything we started talking about in February when you first asked us to come on board and help out is still the case, and if anything, more important than before. So we've kind of shifted our focus back to what we originally planned to do literally this week. We're getting the steering committee that we've talked about back up and running. We've built out our team. We have a talented group of people with expertise in social media, digital marketing, event production, and then obviously traditional travel marketing on staff now, sort of working through our planning. And we're really focused on building alongside the existing partners like Visit SYV and the Chamber. We're really focused on building a rollout plan so that we can hit the ground running. I mean, the challenge that Solvang is going to have is we're competing against places like Vegas that have massive tourism budgets. We're competing against Disneyland, for example. That's obviously going to be working hard to bring folks in. So to that end, I sent a note out to the council last week. We're paying very close attention to data. The data changes literally daily. But the data that we're seeing shows that 80% of people do want to travel once it's safe to do so. Something like 70% of folks are comfortable with the government's local government's recommendation of what safe looks like, and 60% of travelers have downshifted. So rather than planning big aspirational international trips, they've downshifted to be more drivable. So, we think that positions Solvang and the San Ynez Valley well, to capitalize on this initial recovery push.
I wanted to share a couple of other metrics with you guys, though. So this is from Oxford Economics. The study is about a week old now, but this is the current prediction of the travel sector in the United States. So obviously, they're projecting a nearly $80 billion travel loss, which translates to about 180 billion in economic input, through the rest of the year. But it looks like, assuming that the social distancing is relaxed and that folks will be able to start going back to work in May and June, then the models are projecting a gradual increase to tourism revenue, but it'll certainly be well below what it's been in previous years. One of the other metrics from this study that I found interesting is this comparison here. So obviously there's going to be a dramatic decrease in international travel. This shows comparing 9/11's drop in international travel back in 2001 and 2002, the SARS drop back in 2003, and then obviously the COVID-19 projected drop for this year is rather significant. So I think the council asked us to focus on new emerging markets and making sure that Solvang is well positioned to take advantage of those. And I think that was really important in January and February, but it's extremely important now. Another metric, Asian international visitors from Asian countries are the second highest expected impact in terms of tourism decline for 2020. So, that all sounds like a lot of really bad news, and obviously we don't have a crystal ball, just like you don't, to predict whether we're going to be on the front side or the back side of these numbers. But we're paying very close attention to the numbers that we're seeing, and focusing on building a path for Solvang in the recovery. The last thing I'll say here is, just sort of outlining how and by the way, these everything I'm sharing with you is from our partners at Visit California. So the second kind of piece to what we're doing in the background is obviously early on we were in the onset, so we were basically posting that business was usual. We were limiting our messaging to affected markets, but still targeting markets that weren't. That period is behind us. We're in the outbreak period now. So this is where, you see our social posts and our digital marketing strategy kind of reflects this outbreak period. But we expect, in the next 45 days or so to move into the improving situation. Conversations that we've had with the state public health indicate that while events will likely be the last thing that are allowed during this kind of recovery trend, they do anticipate, relaxing social distancing and allowing, travel with intelligent guidelines, mask wearing in public, hand washing, social distancing in public, no large crowds, et cetera, et cetera. But they will gradually begin to release those. So obviously these dates are TBD, but the moment we have information about that, we'll start moving into the improving messaging and then finally moving into our recovery messaging. So, and really working with Visit SYV and other digital marketing teams to really start pushing that message out. So in terms of us, Zena kind of alluded to it, and we want to be part of Solvang's future, and really we want to invest in Solvang's future. So to that end, we want to carry 50,000 forward to events, assuming that it's safe to do so. Obviously, we're not going to do anything that the county health officials or state health officials, tell us isn't safe to do. We're not going to put Solvang's residents at risk. But when the time is appropriate, we'll move forward $50,000 in cash to events, and the steering committee will focus on over the next 2 weeks building out a grant application for that. And then we've committed to make $50,000 of our own services and equipment available to events and businesses in Solvang to help with this recovery effort. And then I think the important piece is, because none of us know what how long this is going to last and where the pain is, and hearing, both what you guys have been talking about all night, but then also kind of hearing what, we've been understanding how Solvang's economy is built. We felt that it was very important. You guys have been spending about, between 11 and 15% of TOT on tourism marketing for the past, few years. And we thought it was really important to limit, and that's an important distinction there, is to limit our income to 12% of TOT, so of collected TOT for the next period, the 2021 period. And that kind of gives it a we're in this together thing. So if we're successful and TOT is high, we don't get to really take advantage of the upside because we're limited to that 12% of collected TOT. But if things continue to remain bad, we don't want suddenly you to be paying a bigger piece of a different sized pie.
Small pie.
Those are the kind of proposals for us for the remainder of the year. I mean, we had a heck of a job in February, and now we've really got our work cut out for us. But I think that with all of this negativity, I think Solvang's well positioned to come out of this in a strong way.
Why do you look like a mad scientist?
I know, it's horrible because I haven't left the house in 4 weeks. I've been, like Karen, I've been very aware of these requirements. So sorry, I apologize. My hairdresser is a nice.
Your hair looks better than mine. It's okay. So Scott, I got a couple of questions. Have you talked to other regional tourism boards like in Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo to get a sense of what they're predicting going forward?
Yeah, so I have not talked to San Luis Obispo or Santa Barbara, and I recognize that that's important. I've spoken a lot with both Central Valley and San Francisco Bay Area based organizations, and the numbers that Visit California shared, that I just shared with you, are in line with what the expectations are from the groups that I have spoken with. Again, now that we're out of the triage phase, which for those of us that know some of our other events, there's a major announcement coming tomorrow at 1 p.m. Now that that's all done, we'll focus more on sort of this recovery period and gathering as much data as possible.
Can you find out more in terms of what's going on in the LA region, San Diego to LA? Because we know we get a lot of our tourism from that region and also from the Silicon Valley area. So if you can keep an eye on both those regions for us and see how the other regional tourism boards are
attacking them.
Attacking them?
Attacking, but focusing on them.
Attacking the problem.
Okay, fine. Attacking the problem. Preparing for this possibility. I'd like to hear what they're doing.
Fair enough. I can get that information together.
Are there any questions of the
I do have one more.
staff report?
Yeah.
Yes.
I know that you were talking specifically about events like Danish Days and 4th of July, and it would be very unfortunate if we can't do those this year. Have you given any thought or planning to later festivals like Fall Fest and Yule Fest, assuming that we will be able to have them?
Yeah, so in the short term, we're focusing on creating experiences for smaller groups. Like, how can we drive traffic to the existing tasting rooms? How can we drive traffic to the restaurants? How can we encourage stays, that can maintain social distancing? So in the short term, because we know definitively that let's assume that everything's reopened tomorrow, we know for a fact that they will not allow large events, any gathering over anywhere between 100 or 1,000 people, depending on which health officer you speak to. So we know that events are not going to be allowed in the short term. So for right now, we're focused almost exclusively on providing safe, smaller experiences for people that basically less than 100 people in any establishment, because we know in the next 30 days or 45 days, if you start with the day that everything reopens is 0, 0 plus 45, that's going to be our focus. So outside that, once we know what that 0 date is, we can start to work with Andres. And there's an event that canceled, the Santa Barbara Half Marathon. We speak weekly, because he's got close to 400 room nights that we want to make sure are stay in Solvang. He's got runners that want to book rooms, and so we're working with them, because we don't want to just give a date that's arbitrary, right? That's not good for Solvang, and it's not good for his business. So nor is it good for the hotels. So we're trying to be really respectful of that. And
Have you had much success? Have you had much success working with the retailers here and the hoteliers and the restaurants, putting together package deals for these small group venues?
We haven't started putting the packages together, but we've had the conversations with many of the hotels, about what can we offer moving forward. And, we certainly don't want to be in a discount land, because that, isn't ideal for anybody. But we want to make sure that we create experiences that make sense. So we've begun that in the last 6 days. Really before that, we were focused on trying to triage the issue. And now that we can look a little further than a week out, we're starting to have those conversations, and we've been successful with that. And, I'll credit Shelby at Visit SYV. They put together a pretty strong marketing plan that they'll be ready to launch, on day 0 too. So we want to make sure that, that everybody's well positioned to take advantage of those visitors and ensure that we keep them in, obviously our goal is to keep them in Solvang, but at the very least, keep them staying in our hotels and eating in our restaurants.
Are there any questions of the staff report? Okay.
No, that was a very sobering report there.
Sorry. You know what? I have the most depressing job in the last 4 weeks. Like every Zoom call I'm on, people leave it all upset. It's not.
I'm not upset at all. I mean, I think it's absolutely commendable that you all would agree to throwing everything towards our more traditional events like 4th of July and Danish Days, when you all have been so very creative in coming up with other events, but that you're willing to, to put a lot of it into this instead. Because I think that if we are able to open up, I think that the residents and our tourists, those are 2 big events that really draw a lot of crowds, and we could really do a bang up job with that if we're allowed to do it. So.
Right. One of the other things I wanted to mention, we hope to roll out tomorrow, and again, we're trying to focus on residents and SYV folks, in the short term. I think that report I sent to the council last week, I hope everybody's had an opportunity to read, because it was riveting. That there's going to be a higher percentage of staycations, and honestly, I could care less whether somebody's coming down the street to stay in a Solvang hotel or they're coming across the world to stay in a Solvang hotel, as long as their credit cards works, So one of the things we're doing to sort of target the local community is taking advantage of the Solvang banner polls. And, there's a lot of students, not a lot of students, all students can't, are not going to have the opportunity to graduate, have a graduation ceremony this year.
My kid. So
we're proposing making banners with some of the senior pictures and encouraging parents who have the ability, and I know it's a tough time to ask for this, but having parents cover the cost of the banner plus a small donation to the Danish Days Foundation, and be able to put Solvang seniors photos up all over the town of Solvang, just to provide another avenue of marketing, quite frankly.
That's fun.
I'd like you to broaden that to the rest of the valley, because San Ynez Valley High School serves the whole valley. It's a great idea, and I encourage you to reach out to the other communities as well.
True.
No other questions? I'll go to public comment. Okay. We have no one that's written in on this item. Do we have any callers? No callers. Take it back to the council for discussion and action. Who would like to start?
I just have one comment. When I ran for this office, my big picture was bringing in conventions, and at this point, I'd be really happy to see 4 business people eating cheeseburgers in town. So how things have changed, and Scott, the way Scott has segued from what he started to do to what he's really helped us out with, I'm pleased. I know that the council probably takes some heat because they think that all that IDK does is promote tourism when we don't need that right now. But I think they've done a really good job, and the city has done a good job directing them which way to transition their resources to what we need right now. And that's very adaptable, and it's commendable. So I'm happy with the situation.
I'd also like to, sorry, Karen?
I've heard very good things about IDK.
I'm glad.
So, yeah.
Thank you.
So
I'm shocked. Truly, I'm shocked. Somebody put some crazy thing on one of the newspaper racks trying to badmouth IDK and the
Droney Alice.
Yeah, I mean, this kind of behavior from some of these people in the community is just abominable, and I wish that would just stop, and they would get behind the city's success and try to work together to that.
We
that
are
goal.
all in this together, you guys.
We've got to, we got to pull together here. So kudos to IDK. We've asked them to do far more than they're supposed to do, and they came through with flying colors. They were supposed to do events, and now we're asking them to put websites together and help us navigate the COVID crisis. Kudos to them. Thank you.
And I also want to thank IDK for being so workable under the current situation. We had already prepaid their contract and then this COVID event hit us, and instead of telling us no, we only do events and walking away from it, they've fully worked with us in terms of renegotiating the contract and making sure that the monies that they do have are being used for the resources we can still use today. As well as I think I'm reading the staff report, they're willing to take some of that money and now recommit it into some of the traditional events that we have here. And I think their proposal to council is exceptionally reasonable because fixing it at 12%, and we don't really know how this can plan out, gives us something that we can easily plan out. And on the downside, if there's no TOT, then sorry, Scott, but on the upside, if there is, then they get something. But it's still exceptionally reasonable. It's not like it's like a shark attack. It's 12%, even based on a $4.5 million TOT revenue that you
120,000.
500, I think 580.
540.
540, something like that. So, I mean, that's exceptionally reasonable. So, I see no downside with this.
Mr. Mayor, can I suggest a motion then, which would be to accept the revised scope of work for the remainder of the current fiscal year and then direct staff to return with a contract for 2021 consistent with the IDK proposal for 2021.
I think that'd be very appropriate at this point in time. Is there any other discussion on this item? Okay, then I will, I so move. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
It's been seconded by Karen Waite.
I keep forgetting she's there.
Mayor Pro Tem Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember DeJarnius,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Waite,
Yes.
Mayor Toussaint.
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
Perfect. 5-0, and we'll move on to item number 9, AB 1234 report out, council comments and request.
Nobody's been anywhere.
I think as of the same as last meeting, no one's been anywhere, so therefore I don't think there's any event that anyone has attended that the city paid for. Council comments. Who would like to start?
I'll start.
Okay.
I'm working, as I said earlier, there's a lot of cities around the country that are very similar to us, not so much as far as a European or a Danish theme, but are small, popular towns to visit. Gary, Nebraska, Laurel, Mississippi, Easton, Maryland. I'm studying about 20 different cities to see how they're coping with this. And it's funny, I look at the Leavenworth, Washington has got a council meeting tomorrow night, and the two things on their docket that are not COVID related are design review board and wastewater treatment. It's the two biggest issues in Leavenworth.
They've been following our agenda.
Yeah, that's probably true. Anyway, we're all in this together, folks. Oh, and by the way, for anybody watching at home, these chairs are 6 feet apart, and if we put these on, you can't hear us, and I know that we're going to hear comments about that. The other city councils are not wearing their masks, but they're keeping their distance. So I just want the residents to know that.
I think that we have distanced ourselves.
We have.
Here.
These chairs are 6 feet apart.
Nobody wants to sit beside me. I don't understand.
I just wanted to, my only comments was the community is really, there's been an outpouring of support from a lot of the nonprofits, a lot of the churches here in the community to provide food and services to others, and it's been great to see. It's been great to see signs up everywhere offering help as needed. You know, people taking food to individuals that don't feel comfortable leaving their homes and doing grocery shopping for them. So it's great to see a lot of the community coming together and supporting everyone.
It's also neat to see what I think it was Ms. McClurg that put the sign up at the Vets Hall. Is nice.
Perfect. And I think to Daniel's point, I have had some contact with some of the nonprofits, and there are some that are, there's going to be other concerns that they're going to be reaching out to the council for. Some of the services they provide to the community have been increased, which increases their cost, and they're not really provided to sustain that forever, just like we're not set up to sustain no revenue forever. So there's that situation there. Also, a lot of the nonprofits, if they do yearly events or things like that to raise funds, then they can't do their event now. So now they can't raise the money, and then they don't know how long that's going to happen for, and will anyone have much money to give after all of this? So just things to be aware of.
If you were dumb enough to raise taxes, from what? If nobody's working, what good does it do you?
Yeah.
Another public awareness announcement. I was talking to the county services today, checking on the latest COVID numbers. And ironically enough, in the recorded message you have to sit through, they mentioned the fact that if you happen to need food or of any sort, give them a call. They will make sure that they deliver whatever you need, including toilet paper. So the good news is the county's on the job. We do have some amazing nonprofit organizations here locally working hard, as you guys have mentioned as well. And we will get through this. The good news is the more we study this, the more we realize it tends to focus on, unfortunately, older adults over 60, people with chronic illnesses like diabetes, lung diseases, heart diseases, and 98% of the people who are not in that category recover. So we will turn the corner on this. I think it's just a matter of time before we can restart the economy.
Okay. Karen, do you have any comments?
Just looking for a hopeful outcome, and everyone stay healthy and be safe.
Thank you.
Perfect. With that, I'll get working on the next message from the mayor. So thank you. We're adjourned.